Call this regularly stated meeting to order. Candy, please collect the roll.
Okay, when I say your name, please let us know if you're on Zoom or in the building. Mr. Boyle? We'll go on. Mrs. Sealing?
Here, in person.
Mr. Hoffman?
Here at Hilltop.
Mr. Winbolt?
Present in person.
Mr. Updike?
Present at Hilltop.
Mrs. Mitchell?
Here at Hilltop.
Mr. Anderson?
Here at Hilltop.
And Mr. Boyle?
Here on Zoom.
Thank you very much.
Very good, thank you. Welcome, everyone. First item on our agenda is approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
It's moved and seconded for approval of the agenda. Any comments or edits? Candy, please collect the vote.
We'll start the vote with Mr. Boyle.
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing? Yes. Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt?
Yes.
Mr. Updike?
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
Approved.
Very good, thank you. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, very good. Moving on to recognitions, Dr. Burke.
Yeah, we still have quite a few people on Zoom, so we'll start with Spring Hill Elementary School. I'm sorry, I think maybe Tammy Endicott went home ill today. So, Wolf Creek Elementary School, Beth Cooper.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to recognize our teachers, our classroom teachers in particular. It was just a little less than a month ago, we were doing our first virtual parent-teacher conferences. And I know from talking with my teachers that a few of them were nervous, several of them were not. But I just want to give you a little picture of how it was when I walked around the building those 2 evenings. The teachers were working so hard to engage with their parents. Some of them were standing up using their iPads as document cameras. Some of them were showing things on their cameras. Several of them had scanned portfolios and sent them home. But it was really very kind of moving to see them working so hard to connect with those families. I know we've been missing that a little bit this year, and they just worked incredibly hard. Our parents were very grateful. It was a little bit different for them, so they had to, overcome some newness. But I was just so proud of their work those evenings and wanted to share that with you and recognize them for that tonight.
Timber Sage Elementary School, Darcy Sly.
Well, good evening. Tonight I'd like to recognize 2 teachers in particular. I'd like to recognize our librarian, Miss Marilee Thompson, and our music teacher, Miss Elise Luce. They're working together to create this really cool project for our 5th grade students. Our 5th graders are going to be reading stories, primary stories for our primary kiddos, and recording it to a beat. In music, they've been learning to find the beat of a song, and so they've decided that they are going to more or less kind of rap these stories out for these students. And so they're going to use QR codes, and the little kids, the kindergarten and 1st graders that are not able to read stories yet, will be able to check these books out from the library, and they'll have a little bookmark that goes along with it with a QR code, so that they can listen to the story being read to them to a beat. So we're mixing the music along with the reading there, and I'm really excited to see how that ends up. And then our 5th graders are also going to continue then creating more read aloud stories for our younger students that are not able to read and not able to take those books home just quite yet, so that they can have those books read to them. So super excited about that. Thank you.
Woodland Spring Middle School, Rod Sprague.
Good evening. I have 3 teachers that I'd like to recognize, or 3 staff members that I'd like to recognize tonight. And mostly it's for leadership, just demonstrating the leadership qualities that we all need to be successful. The first one is Polly Dvorak. Polly is a 2nd-year teacher with us and has become such an important part of our team. When we were working on doing remote learning for students who were in quarantine, she became very instrumental in that process. And became a strong leader in that process. And because of that, we have a very good system. I'd also like to, and I didn't say this last month, I wanted to do it last month, but Jeannie Brumley, our school nurse, and just ensuring the safety and health of our students and staff, has done just a tremendous job working with staff, helping us make sure our mitigation factors are sound and make sure that we're doing the right things. And we would not be able to do a lot of things if we didn't have her. She's done a tremendous job in helping us with that. And finally, I want to recognize Mary Honnold. If you teach facts, it's very hard to teach facts in a virtual environment or even a physically distanced environment. And Mary has done some just incredible stuff this year. She's been very creative in the way to do that. And one of her things that she has really been determined to do is give our kids quality experience, whether they're virtual, whether they're in person, but we have to physically distance. And she's been able to do a lot of really great stuff with her kids. It's been fun to watch how she's just really been very creative in making things happen for them. So a lot of great things going on, and just really proud of our staff.
Spring Hill Middle School, Trevor Gertson, and welcome back, Trevor.
Yes. I guess my main recognition, that there's a couple of ones. I spent 14 days on quarantine, and so I got to live the quarantine life like many of our staff have. And so the recognitions I want to give is really to my front office. You never exactly know how things are going to go until you're gone, but when you are gone, you're just continue to be impressed with the quality of people you have around you. And first and foremost, for Callie Weitzel, who is a first-year assistant principal, but does not act like a first-year assistant principal. She's gone out each and every day and just done an incredible job with staff, communication, families. Just been so impressed with her and the work she has done, as well as the rest of my front office. And so Amy Duncan and Michelle Harris, Brittany Dutton, they kind of lead the charge for us up front. Day in and day out, we have staff that are out because of COVID-related situations, because of life. And so they really do a good job organizing the troops, along with Mika Bauer as our instructional coach. She finds herself filling in within classes. And I'm just impressed with how willing everyone is to help and support one another. And so from a whole front office, I'm just so grateful for the work they do, and how not only did they take care of me when I was out for 14 days, but each and every day they give their best to our staff and our kids.
Spring Hill High School, Mark Williams.
So good evening. Mine kind of follows up perfectly with what Mr. Gertson did. I have two recognitions this evening. One, I'd like to recognize Chantel Volkman. Chantel is administrative assistant for Gary Howard. And then Clay Fregon, who oversees our CTE programs, but a couple weeks ago was named our interim athletic director while Mr. Howard has been out. What these two individuals have done is stepped up and went above and beyond is strictly remarkable. They have organized and ran and hosted a sub-state volleyball tournament. They have ran a playoff football game. We have hosted 2 playoff soccer games. And then Friday and Saturday, this last Friday and Saturday, we hosted the 5A boys state soccer tournament. And that's a large undertaking, and they did a tremendous job. So I can't thank Chantel and Clay enough for everything they did, and they really bought into the team effort and went above and beyond and really helped out and made Spring Hill High School look good. Thank you.
I was going to echo, also include Mr. Williams into that. He's done a phenomenal job working shorthanded, and we wish Gary Howard a very speedy recovery. But I know that's been an incredible amount of stress that has been going on at the high school, and I wanted to make sure that we recognized our principal as well. Prairie Creek Elementary School, Jody Cole.
Good evening. This evening, I would like to recognize our instructional coach, Angie Janovic. Angie meets with our new teachers each week. She provides feedback, works on lesson plans, and sometimes they practice what explicit instruction looks like. Angie works with the other instructional coaches on planning district professional development. When we run short on building subs, Angie steps in to sub for both on-site classrooms and optional remote classrooms. She is currently working on providing teachers in grades 3, 4, and 5 with information on the interim assessments. We are very fortunate to have Angie working in our building. Thanks.
I do know that we have at least one other recognition, so Michelle Hackney.
Absolutely. Well, I want to recognize our partnership with the Johnson County Health Department. recently the Johnson County superintendents began conversation with the Johnson County Health Department regarding some COVID CARES funding to increase school capacity. And in those conversations, out of that came the idea of putting additional contact tracers into our schools. We had expected one contact tracer. We learned over the weekend we were getting two, and one of those individuals is actually a Spring Hill parent. Last week, those two individuals were trained along with another group on different things within the Johnson County Health Department to help prepare them to be contact tracers. They arrived in our district at 9 a.m. this morning to receive mandatory training, to work with Brooke Allred on that, on over to the technology department to get some technology training, and we're in our buildings by 11 o'clock a.m. I want to recognize Adrian Barrett, Lori Bruckner, Brooke Allred, Phil Elliott and his team for really working very quickly, literally over the weekend. 9 o'clock on Saturday, we learned who was coming and when they were coming, and we're able to turn everything around and have everything ready for this morning at 9 a.m. for those. So it's really going to help us to be able to do our contact tracing, and we appreciate that partnership greatly.
Any other recognitions?
This is Cassie Barton. I wanted to take a moment and recognize a couple of folks out at the virtual schools. Ashley Larimore is a music and facts teacher with us who recently oversaw a team and implemented our second ever talent show. It was a virtual talent show. We had 50 different participants who shared a talent and over 200 audience members. We held it Friday, and it was a fantastic time, and we're working already on a spring one. And then also Ashley Anderson, Rachel Wurtenberger, Brittany Jarvis, and Ashley Fryer have launched our Destinations Career Academy courses for this school year, and things are going really well. We have 178 students partaking in these courses, all of which are project-based learning. So that's been a fantastic opportunity, and we're just so excited to see where it goes from here with their leadership to get that off the ground. Thank you.
Doug Swin?
Yes, good evening. I'd like to take a moment to recognize my team. I have the privilege of coming to work every day, and I've got three wonderful ladies that are extremely dedicated and do a wonderful job and help make me look really good. I asked Phil to pull up a picture of them. Ignore the ugly guy on the left. Candy Hughes, we brought in a couple years ago when Sarah was about to deliver her first child, and Candy did payroll for many years at Gardner, and she just stepped in and did an amazing job in Sarah's absence. She was such a good employee. I begged to keep her on because we really needed help with accounts payable at the time. She's learned the role of accounts payable. She's my backup to both of those positions if anything would happen, and just does a fabulous job. Sarah, I stole from the high school 4 or 5 years ago. Well, one of the best moves I made. She does an amazing job. One thing you can't have happen is miss a payroll. It doesn't matter if COVID's going around or what. And when we were going through where we had to work from home, she was getting the job done at home, and we haven't even come close to missing a payroll. She's very dedicated and very efficient. And last and certainly not least, Laura Worthen. She's accounts payable for us. With our growth, we just continue to see more and more POs, checks being cut year in and year out, and she's just very detail-oriented, very organized, and we make sure we get vendors paid on time so they're not calling and complaining where their checks are at. So again, all three ladies do a wonderful job for me, and tonight I think we're going to get a very favorable audit report, and a big credit goes to them for getting things organized and ready for the auditors when they show up. And Dr. Burke, we talked about the mill levy. Do you want me to mention that as well while I'm up here? Another recognition I'd like to give is in regards to our mill levy. Usually at the end of October, the mill levy is set by the county as far as what it finally comes in at. And I'm happy to report that back in 2017, 2018, when we were trying to pass the 2018 bond issue, we promised voters that we weren't going to increase the mill levy more than 4.25 mils. The very next year, it went down a little bit, but the big year was 2019, 2020, when we actually issued the bonds. It went up 4.159 mils compared to the 2 years before. And this year, I'm happy to report that we get to celebrate a 1-year streak. The mill levy has gone down this year to 67.875. Which means we promised no more than 4.25, and we're at 4.054. So we're continuing to meet our promises to the public, and I'm very proud about that fact. So that's all I have for this evening. Thank you.
Any other administrators?
Yes, may I?
Yep.
I'd like to recognize our HR department led by Michelle Hackney. And you can imagine COVID has put an increased burden on our HR department. I'd also like to include Patrick Donahue in that, because with Michelle, her staff, and Patrick, they've done a phenomenal job of trying to fill absences and make sure our buildings have coverage.
So anybody else? Hearing none, we'll turn it back to you, Mr. Updike.
Okay, thank you. It's always good to hear recognitions, and there's never a short of good things to celebrate during recognitions. So thank you all for bringing those up, letting us know. The next item on our agenda is business with individuals.
No cards were turned in.
No cards received. Next agenda item is consent agenda, which includes approval of the consent agenda items, approval of the minutes from last stated meeting, clerk's report, treasurer's report, payroll and claims, personnel, early graduations, and driver's education fees.
Normally, we bring driver's ed fees to you as a discussion, but we're recommending no increase, so it's exactly the same as what we did last year. And so with that, we're asking to just go ahead and put it on the consent agenda. Since you approved it last year, we figured you might want to consider approving it again this year.
Any questions, comments on the consent agenda?
Mr. President, this is Jason Winbolt. I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
It's Brent Hoffman. I second the motion.
Moved and second to approve the consent agenda as stated. Any final questions or comments? Candy, please collect the vote.
We'll start the vote with Mrs. Sealing.
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt.
Yes.
Mr. Updike.
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell.
Yes.
Mr. Anderson.
Yes.
Mr. Boyle.
Yes.
Approved.
Very good, thank you. Moving on to the action items. First action item of 7.01, Spring Hill District Administrative Center Furniture. Dr. Burke?
Yeah, I'm going to turn this over to Tim Meek. He is our director of, I always want to say director of growth, but he gets to do a little bit of everything.
All right. I'll try to keep it brief. We have gotten a pricing, and it's all pricing based on contract pricing that we can use. Each one of them is a different contract for the different manufacturers that we're using. The first one is for 3H Furniture, which is the base of the furniture in the building, all the desks and tables and most of that in the building. Global Furniture, which is another contract, a Vivint contract, which is a lot of the chairs. KI is the rest of the chairs. The only one that's not a contract item is the Tensco Furniture, and it's for some shelving units that are spread throughout in some storage areas in the building, and it's only $762, a very small part of it altogether. So this also includes the installation of it, and the total is $334,764. We had overall in the FF&E budget on this, I just looked back to make sure I was right, and we have $800,000 in the FF&E budget for, furniture and technology, and, Mr. Elliott will be presenting here in a little bit on some of that, and, there'll be some other random office supplies and stuff like that that'll be coming out of, or office equipment, I guess, it's not office supplies, so. Any questions?
What was I didn't hear the number that was in the bond.
$334,764.03.
Mr. I never want to correct a board member. You said in the bond. This
Oh,
was,
in the bond, I'm sorry. It's $800,000 in the,
How much?
800,000 in the furniture, fixtures, and equipment line. It's not actually bond, it's capital outlay.
this was
yeah,
capital
yeah.
outlay. Yes, sir.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Mink?
And it's basically the same furniture or same style of furniture that we use in all of the offices in any of the buildings we have. So if you're wondering, what are we putting there? It's nothing, it's exactly the same manufacturer, same grade of furniture that we put in offices and reception areas at the schools. So that's one of the things we've been very careful about. As we do this, we don't put in anything in any administrative areas that we wouldn't put into a school, so.
Okay.
If anybody would like to make a motion for to purchase it. The time frame, it's usually 8 to 10 weeks, but there's a holiday in that time frame as well, so, this will push it till roughly the 1st of February. Before the furniture gets here, so.
This is an action item.
Mr. President, I move that we approve the, furniture bid for the Spring Hill District Administrative Center as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the furniture bid for the Spring Hill District Administrative Center as presented. Any final comments or questions? Candy, please collect a vote.
We'll start the vote with Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt,
Yes.
Mr. Updike,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Boyle,
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing,
Yes.
approved.
Very good. Moving on to action item 7.02, Region L Mitigation Resolution. Dr. Burke?
Yeah, we have been working with the Johnson County Emergency Management Office for, Tim, I don't know, we were talking about this probably 20 to 25 years. And their emergency operations plan have included us for quite a long time. The last time we updated our resolution was in 2009. Let me explain to you how, whenever you're part of a mitigation plan and you're looking at using FEMA money, you kind of hear a disaster will happen and then there's FEMA money available. The way the process works, though, is the way that you guarantee yourself part of those FEMA funds, if there's a natural disaster or something happens, is if you already have listed out what you need in case of a natural disaster. Now, that sounds a little backwards, right? Well, that's exactly how it works. So if for some reason there was a major tornado that came across the northern part of our district and did a lot of damage to some of our elementary schools or even our middle school, we would already need to have, to be part of the mitigation plan and to have a list of schools and costs in order to get that FEMA money. And so, basically what we're doing is, the last time we did this was 2009. Think of how many buildings that we built, some technology, the different things that we have. So what we're doing is upgrading our accountability in the mitigation resolution. And so it keeps us eligible for those FEMA funds. And, by the grace of God, we hope that we never have to experience a need for those dollars. But the thing that's nice is we can go ahead and have listed out what we would want, what we need. One thing that we have listed in all of our districts, or all of our schools, is we would be able to, if there's enough funds available, to build underground for all the schools that were affected, underground basements. And, right now going in and trying to dig a basement is going to be very, very expensive. So part of our mitigation plan would be to have basements in all of our buildings. Now, that doesn't mean we'd build underneath it. We would figure out a way to build it next to it. So that's just one of the things that we'd look at. You can only imagine the cost of what that would look like. But in the case of natural disasters, I don't think we're going to worry about hurricanes up here, and hopefully not wildfires. But we do have tornadoes, there are ice storms, or some other things, and so we want to be part of that. So the emergency management has a lot of that listed on their website. I don't know if they have every individual school in there, and part of that is I know that we have plans on file, but a lot of those documents have the full layouts of our buildings, and because of safety, I don't think that they make those public. So with that, the reason it's not a discussion and action, we've been part of this for probably at least 25 years, maybe 30. The last time that we did a resolution was 2009, and we figured it's better to take care of this sooner rather than later. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Where is the actual Region L hazard mitigation plan? I was not able to actually find, so you're approving something that I can't find or see. So I'd kind of like to know what it actually is.
It should been a link on their website. Go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, there's a 369-page document on the Johnson County website, but you do have to click into the emergency management planning resources, and then down near the bottom is actually that document.
Okay, because there's about 60 links on that page. I have no idea which one it would be.
Yeah, when you start looking at all the public buildings, all the schools, everything that's hospitals, all that is part of the mitigation plan as well.
Where is it? On the under risk and assessments, it looks like.
Under the emergency preparedness planning for schools, maybe? I don't know.
The risk and assessment, Kansas Regional Hazard Mitigation.
I'm sorry, I should have probably done a better, I gave you the link, but I should have probably went all the way inside the link.
Any other questions regarding the resolution of adopting the Kansas Homeland Security Region L Hazard Mitigation Plan?
Is this something that has to be done today?
No, it doesn't. You're already part of it, so all you're doing is extending for the new building. But if you want to take time and look at it, you're more than welcome.
So just for clarification, we're already a part of the hazard mitigation plan. And what this resolution does is updates it for the additional schools that we've built since 2009.
That's correct.
We adopted it in 2009. Okay. It's not a fast burn. I mean, we can
bring it back if you'd
postpone
like.
it to our next regularly stated meeting. Is that what?
We put it in the consent agenda for the next meeting.
Yeah,
That's fine.
we can have a
Sure.
chance to look through the link.
Candy, so table it, but add it to the consent agenda of our next meeting. All right. Very good. Moving on to Discussion items, auditor presentation, Dr. Burke?
Yeah, Doug, you want to share, visit with us?
Yeah, absolutely. Sean, I'll go ahead and invite Sean Gordon up. For many years, I was looking back, I think it's been at least 10 years we've been with Meishauser doing our audit, and they decided to get out of the municipality arena, and so we went shopping, and it just so happens, Sean Gordon and his firm have a really strong presence in our area. In fact, they do the books for the city and for the rec commission, so they hit the trifecta when we signed up with them. And it was a real pleasure working with this team. If you look at our reports, they look very similar to ones in prior years, which made the transition extremely smooth. Sean actually worked with Meishauser for a period, so it just was a really, you always get nervous changing auditors because you don't know how it will go. But he had a really good team, and we shared lots of emails and phone calls, and you might also recall, normally we do this in December, and here we are, it's November, and we're getting it out of the way. So I'm really excited about that. We hit it hard, and it went very well, and tonight, Mr. Gordon will give you the results of our audit.
All right, thank you, everyone. As Doug said, my name is Sean Gordon with Gordon CPA. We performed the fiscal year 2020 audit of the district, so I'll go through that report that you've seen in your agenda packets or that you might have in front of you tonight. So starting with pages 1 and 2, this is the independent auditor's report. Here we discuss management's responsibilities for the financial statements and then our responsibilities for the financial statements. And our biggest responsibility is to issue an opinion on the district's financial statements for the year end 2020. And if you flip to page 2, the second paragraph down, it talks, the paragraph label there is unmodified opinion on the regulatory basis of accounting. That's just a big wordy way of saying that the highest and cleanest opinion we're allowed to give the district under state guidelines, we issued that for the district. So it reflects very well on the financial management of the district for the fiscal year 1920. Flipping forward to page 3, this is the summary statement of receipts, expenditures, and unencumbered cash. So here we present all of the funds of the district, and then you'll see the beginning cash at July 1st, 2019, receipts, expenditures, and then the ending cash at June 30th, 2020. And the very bottom of that right-hand column is the total cash that the district had on hand at June 30th. And then the next section forward is pages 4 through 11. These are the notes to the financial statements. Quite a bit of information is discussed here, including involvement in the CAPERS retirement program, long-term debt, and many other items, as I mentioned before. This section is mostly the same as what you've seen over the past few years. There were no changes required by the state. And then the next section forward, this big section is pages 12 through 43. This section is just more detailed breakouts of those funds that were presented on page 3. In this section, you'll see a comparison to the prior year, which would have been the 18-19 school year. And then you'll also see a comparison to the budget that was adopted for fiscal year 2020. Then the final section forward is pages 44 through 51. This is the single audit portion of the district's audit. So anytime an entity receives and spends $750,000 or more of federal grant money, it's required to undergo what's called a single audit. So for the 1920 school year, we looked at the 2 special education grants that the district received, did an audit on those funds, on those processes to make sure that they met federal guidelines, federal requirements. And we also issued an unmodified unmodified opinion for that grant management as well. So again, it reflects very well on the management of that grant for the fiscal year 20 school year. This year, we also had no audit recommendations to communicate to district staff or to the Board of Education members. So again, that reflects very well on the main financial and internal control management of the district for the school year. If you have any questions on that, please let me know.
I just want to point out something that's, I think it's absolutely critical that we recognize and acknowledge Doug and his team for. If you look at page 47, Sean went over this very quickly, but if you look at page 47, it's financial statement findings, current year findings, none noted. prior year findings, none noted. Section 3, federal award findings and questioned costs. Current year findings, none noted. Prior year findings, none noted. What an amazing testament. This is evidence from a third-party auditor of what an amazing job Doug and his team do managing the finances of our district. It's very remarkable to have these kinds of accolades, is what they really are, within our audit report. So I just want to make sure we took a deep breath here and recognized that the past 2 years there haven't been any findings noted. That seems to be, to me, like it would be a fairly rare occurrence, just given the breadth of our financial dealing.
Yes. Yeah, and Doug and his team do a great job, and he talked about how hard it is to bring in a new auditor. Sometimes it's hard to come in as the new auditor.
Sure.
And he and his team did a great job and made things go as smoothly as possible for us.
Yeah, I remember previous audits, and I think we always usually have like one thing that the auditor says. This is fantastic news that we have no findings at all, and I thank you, Doug, and your team, that this is something that's really good for our district. And the patrons who pay the taxes, they should know that their taxes are being well taken care of, and we appreciate their support.
Well done, Doug. Thanks to everybody in the financial
district.
office. Yep.
Any other questions on the audit report?
Thank you for coming in tonight.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Sean. Appreciate it. Moving on to the next discussion item. In fact, I think we'll do a little reworking around, if it's okay with the board, is to move the RSP Dayton Creek boundaries up to the second topic. I think your schedule got freed up a little earlier than you thought, and so I'd like to move them up to the second location, if that's okay with the board.
Sounds good.
This is Rob Swartz. He's been with us for a number of years. He's done an outstanding job, so we certainly appreciate working with Rob. Rob did say that at some other meetings that he's had to go right after the gating criteria, and that's not a good place to go. So he was a little worried tonight because he was going to get here late, and he said he would do everything he could to get here early, and it looks like he did. So with that, Rob, we'll turn it over to you.
Great, and this is a bonus tonight. You have Phil running the presentation, so he's just going to say, go, 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 right? Exactly. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time, like I do every year, with some of the components when it comes to the enrollment, the development, and demographics. But I'm going to spend a greater amount of time towards the end with really what we're concerned about. What do the boundaries look like for Dayton Creek when we open that facility in 21-22 school year? So you all know this about RSP, but for the people that are looking in on Zoom, hey, we've been doing a lot of work with school districts exclusively, done a lot of work. I think this is year 12 or 13, I think, that we've been working with Spring Hill. So again, thank you to the board for putting your trust in what we do. Next slide there we go. These are the expectations when you go to look at this report. So I'm not going to read these bullet points. We just wanted to start shaping whoever looks at this information to know what they're going to receive. This is a key component. We can't do what we're able to do for you year in and year out without the coordination, the conversations that we have with the counties, with the cities, and definitely with the school district data that we get. So this just kind of gives you an idea of what we work with each year. So as we head into this part one, 100,000-foot view. So if we focus on enrollment, one thing I want to mention to you is, so kudos to you with what I will call your instructional modality of having these kids in person. We work with a lot of districts, and there's an instructional modality that's impacted by whether you're in person, hybrid, or virtual online. And one of the things that we had to work less with your district is what I would call a negative instructional modality. impact on our modeling, and that's because you chose to be in person. And it's pretty incredible. There's districts we're working with where it's just horrible. But overall, we're still seeing that there's going to be some sort of what we would call recovery, because still students made some choices because maybe those families didn't feel good about the experience that you were going to be able to provide them. And so as we looked at the data, we provided some things related to COVID on this instructional modality of how do we see the return of some of these families that maybe made some different choices. So what you're going to see on this list here is the second bullet point in each of them are going to talk about what the reality was versus last year. But overall, our outlook is that we're still going to increase by over 1,000 students in your district over the next 5 years. Most of this is related to the new developments that's happening in your area. Right now, you can get a 2.3% interest with 0 points on a 15-year home mortgage. If this is maintained, this is really hot for being able to get the variable housing options that you have in your district. You can see the breakdown of the majority of that growth is going to be in the elementary, and that's attributed to the housing inventory that's being built, the affordability of younger households being able to move here. And then you can see we still have increases at the middle school and the high school. If we look at capacity, gosh, again, kudos to you, the boards. You've made some great decisions with the bond referendum and the planning that we have been able to work through on the timing of when elementaries come online, when middle schools come online, how we look at where we build our facilities. When we get to the last part with the Dayton Creek boundaries, you'll see there's some challenges there, but a lot of that's with where growth is and how fast it comes online. One of the things that we've noted with our data that's different than last year as it relates to capacity is we've been able to extend out when you potentially need to build that third middle school and potentially the next elementary building. When we look at the numbers, we'll show why that's happening. So that could be a good thing. That being said, we still have to watch what's happening with the middle school. I don't think we should change our time, but we're just making note that some of the changes that happened this year have kind of impacted how we look at enrollments. Developments, lots of development. In fact, this COVID impact has been really odd with residential development. We continue to just see the basements go in and new infrastructure going into places. That would have not been something I would have predicted 6 months ago. So again, that's the value of looking at all these data sets. Next slide, Bill. All right, the next few pages, I'm not going to spend much on this. These are visuals for you to know your district. So we have the district boundary, your existing elementary boundaries, your existing 2 middle school boundaries, and then we're showing you the visual right now of how your feeder system works. Go to the next slide. Then there's planning areas. So this is where we break your district into the type of developments. Is it single family, apartments, townhomes? So all of those particular components. This visual helps drill in. I think here we drilled in, this looks like in Spring Hill itself, a little bit grainy, but you can see the aerial, there's dots that represent the students. All of this gets built into those planning areas that we have to understand what's happening with enrollment, development, and demographics. This is the model, this is the voodoo behind everything. Fortunately, I didn't have a pandemic variable last year, because who would have thought that we'd have this pandemic? Next slide. Here's another more robust list of the data sets that we're looking at. I think this is new from last year, just to help you understand all of the variables that we're looking at. We do look at census data. 2020 data has been delayed, right? COVID delayed some of these things, so we have to wait more, probably till next year, but we'll get some better data with the 2020 census. This shows you where they are estimating by the census block group, 0 to 4-year-olds are. The next one's females. The red and orange areas are where we have the greatest density of those type of populations. Some other information that we're really focusing on with these infographics, really is the top 2. I want you to think about population and housing. We're just trying to make sure that as the census population is changing, are we having the right amount of housing built? Now, individually with each of the cities, affordability is a major factor, right? So that's why we're seeing more townhomes, apartments being discussed, because that's really the affordable option for housing. But overall, we're seeing that with the population change, it's keeping pace with the housing inventory that's coming online. Here's other data sets that we're looking at to give you an understanding of the type of Spring Hill School District household that's moving in, and how does it compare to the south, to Paola, or to your west with Gardner Edgerton, and then of course with the two counties and then the states. We also, because of COVID, we were trying to look at, in your region, in your school district boundary, what is the economic drivers of where people are working. Specifically, if we were to have a continuation of the pandemic, which today it seems like we're likely at the end, right? I heard Pfizer just released a 90% success rate for a vaccination. Oh my gosh, if that's really going to be able to hold true, this makes the whole wearing masks and all of this stuff quickly in our rearview mirror, right? But again, we wanted to understand what type of impact if that were to continue. Next slide. All right, so we always look at live birth data. So some of the things that's interesting is you can see on the first column for 2018, we have 7,133 live births in 2018. If we go up to 2015, we broke this out with Johnson County and Miami County. But if we go up to 2015, we had a little over 7,500 live births. Then how did that transfer for the number of kindergartners that were in your district? So we're trying to understand what your share is of live births. And I showcased 2018 because we have fewer live births than what we had in 2015. So some interesting things that are happening with live birth data with both of the counties. Again, we're trying to understand what your share of that is as that changes. These next couple of tables help you understand the current enrollment by grade. And this is where, again, I say your COVID impact with this instructional modality, huge. Because with your kindergarten, it's 271. The previous year was 288. Many of our districts we're seeing as much as 10, 15% lower in kindergarten because it's compulsory, meaning it's voluntary, right? So they don't have to come to kindergarten, but they're still able to come to kindergarten because of the choices you guys made. This table here shows you what the cohort change has been year to year as they go from kindergarten to first or fourth to fifth. Really the most unusual thing that we couldn't nail down to specifics, but when we look at this year, not sure why we had a drop like we did from third to fourth and fourth to fifth, but we made an assumption that those are students that maybe potentially return back into the system over the next couple years. We do show you on the next couple pages what in-migration and out-migration is. So in-migration, these are new kids to your district. And you can see, again, we've maintained in-migration. Every presentation before I've given this today has been they've declined. We have fewer new students. So again, there's a reason people are coming here. It's a great school district. The choices you made with your instructional modality, I do believe, has made an impact. When we look at the out-migration, this is where things are a little bit different with the mobile nature of your district. Is this year we saw more students, more families that left the district. And so that gave us a total migration that's a negative, that's offset a little bit by our small graduating senior class and a larger incoming kindergarten class. So as we move on, we've given you some visuals of what's happening in these planning areas. The orange areas are increasing, the green areas are decreasing. And if we showed the video of this, you'd see it changes year to year. This is a heat map, so you can see we have a huge concentration of students in the Spring Hill area, so just south of us. And then just north of us here in the Prairie Creek area, a lot of kids. So the red areas represent where the greatest density is. We also look at the intra-transfers. This is probably more for administration to understand there's been some choices with where programs are and different options that are happening within the households. And here's that breakdown of, if we looked on the left-hand column of where they resided and you move to the right based on where they attended, you'd see what those choices are. So another way of looking at that map. Do the same thing for the middle school. And here's that same table, so a little bit of movement. The other thing that we're putting in, just again, this instructional modality goes back to the choice that you made for how kids go back to school. So we put this in here and just to give some relevance to how this does match up to what we're trying to do with forecasting. Don't need to read each of these bullet points. You guys can come back to that and read that for some of your reading enjoyments. So we move into development. We're always trying to look at how things relate with the green line, which is census population. So it's increasing. That's a great thing. The blue line represents the building activity. As we spoke about with administration, where we had the hump, where we had a lot of building permits, that's when the multifamily development came online there in Spring Hill. The red line represents your enrollment change, and so you can see we still grew, but not as much as we would have if this would have been a normal year with the amount of building activity that we had. We always try to also show you a breakdown based on the type of development with each of the existing attendance areas. This is single family. That bottom row for the district preschool through 5th grade. In 2004, we averaged 25 preschool through 5th grade students for every 100 single family units. If you look at 2020, we've increased that to 27 for every 100 units. But that bullet point of bringing on 3,000 plus single family units, quite incredible that we're maintaining, actually increasing what that yield rate is at a single family. If we look at that same thing with multifamily, again, we brought on about 500 multifamily, which is everything that's not single family. You can see in 2004, we had 12 preschool through 5th grade for every 100 multifamily units, and that's decreased to about 9. And a lot of that is with the surplus that came online over the last couple of years. Many of those were efficient one-bedroom units, so we're not going to get as many kids from them. Again, we look at home values. The orange and red are the least affordable, and so typically those are going to be in our new areas, the existing housing inventory that's rural and in the proper area of Spring Hill, the most affordable. This map gives you a visual of where we've been seeing building activity. This helps build what we would call our building permit allocation model portion, and the timing, so understanding how quickly some of these developments, whether it's a Summit Homes versus a Rod Rock versus any of them, we get a sense of how quickly are they going to build out with that price and housing type. From all that information to include the future land use plans, the capital improvement plans from each of the cities, we've identified what we think growth areas will be over the next 10 plus years. The green areas are those that are currently and likely to happen over the next 5 years. The yellow areas are closer to 5 years and beyond, and the purple closer to 10 years and maybe beyond. All of this is based on the economic viability and where infrastructure goes. So some of those things help weight what we see here. If we played this video, this was really kind of a fascinating video. I don't think it's embedded in this PDF with the version off of a Mac. But it's a pretty cool video. We'll make sure the district can get this and you guys can play it. It shows the timing as these buildings are coming online, as they're being platted, and how that relates to the density of students. And it's pretty phenomenal where you can see how there's delays from the time that that building is built and it becomes occupied by a household to when we actually see students. Next slide, yeah. All right, so this is new. One of the things that Tyler wanted to put together, and Tyler, if I reference him, he's our analyst, that we want to put together in this was, what are we seeing as it relates to each of the cities within the Spring Hill School District? And so on this one, I'll talk about Olathe, and you'll be able to apply this to each of the following pages. So table 1, we're looking at the single family production, and that's the orange bar, and that's going to relate to the left y-axis. So you can see that that bar goes up, right? We've had a lot of single family development in the city limits of Olathe in the Spring Hill School District. The blue line represents the number of students that we get for single family, and that's corresponding to the right axis. When you look at table 2, that's with multifamily. You can see we basically had nothing through the first years of this, and then as we had those townhomes being built just north and east of here, you can see that production, and you can see that the number of students varies year to year. We would expect that. That happens quite a bit in the multifamily developments. Table 3 is the aggregation of both the single family and the multifamily students and the number of units. So you can see as the building activity has come online, it's a solid trend growth to the positive. Table 4 is just looking at the percentage of single family development versus multifamily development. This is new. You'll see this as Phil scrolls through. You'll see it for Overland Park. You'll see it for Spring Hill. Spring Hill is probably more flat when we look at the city limits of Spring Hill, and that would make sense. We've talked about this. The further south, the fewer number of units that we see coming online, and so on. And then we also did for the rural area, which actually shows a decrease, which that would be expected, right? Because we have a limited supply of inventory, and as those households go through, that should be stable to potentially decreasing. All right, so all of these observations basically sum it all up, a very positive outlook with interest rates and with the type of housing that's being built. It's pretty exciting to be in the Spring Hill School District with this type of dynamic growth. This gets us to the projections. All right, so I always now have to put in the COVID things. You can go to the next one just to, again, give a disclaimer to how we're trying to look at things and trying to factor in that COVID did have an impact on how enrollment looks in your district, whatever choice that instructional modality was. If we go to the next slide, this shows, again, we're showing that growth is going to really pick up again next year. And a lot of that is just the amount of building activity is surpassing what anyone would have thought. And going back to, if you saw that video of how we're seeing the delay in the number of kids in these households, we think we're going to start seeing more kids. And we think once people feel more comfortable about what this experience is in person, we're going to see them. And so as we look over the next 10 years, you see that curve going up. You can go back one slide so I can just talk. So we're at about 3,400 kids right now. And as we go out 10 years, we have you going up to about 5,400 kids. And you can see the breakdown. The red and the pink is elementary. The blue is middle school. The green is high school. And that purple line is the aggregate of all three. And next slide. All right, I'll explain each of these elements as we get into the actual table that you see for each of the buildings. So we have a lot of information on this table, and I know you're quite familiar with this, but I'm going to go over it because it's not like you probably see this every day. The buildings listed on the left-hand side, we have the capacity. We have, in the case of Timber Sage, that it opened in 1819. As you move to the right, for past enrollment, we show it three ways for each building. The bottom row for each building, which is the blue font, is the attend. So based on the student data, did that student for those grades actually attend that facility? When we look at the purple, the reside, did they actually reside in that attendance area? The top row, the green font, is a subset of the reside. It's did they reside and actually attend that building? So this gets into some of the flow with either district sanctioned transfers, where programs are or are not, or some of the household choices of maybe having two different households. One thing that I wanted you to know, so we had this one-to-one comparison on some of the information, is when we look at the Spring Hill facility that became your early childhood, one of the things I'm going to update, I see this didn't get put into what Phil has, is that's now just the early childhood facility, right? And what we've also done is they reside throughout the district, so that's going to be the same 91 and 91, and we have to just go through and change a few of those numbers to get it so that it reflects what we have there, but it doesn't impact what our projections are that we're showing you based on some of these trends. So we move to the right in these tables, you will have the projected enrollment based on the reside of the current attendance areas. The orange represents where it would be exceeding the capacity. So the big difference from last year to this year is that some of the orange shading has changed a little bit in how quickly it gets orange. So that can be seen two different ways, right? The good thing is it can push out our thoughts of how quickly we need to build buildings. And so we can have some positive benefits to that, which gets into redistricting, gets into a lot of financial aspects. Next slide. So then as we look at the secondary, you can see what's happening here is we have a pretty decent balance when we look at the two middle schools. And this is where over the next 5 years, we're showing we're going to be able to have the right enrollment with the capacity of your building. We have some tables here coming up that you'll see that quickly will run out as we see some of those larger grades make their way into the middle school, and as we see more households with some of the higher value homes, instead of having elementary age students, they're going to have middle school students. So we'll go to the next slide. All right, so you saw this last year and maybe even 2 years ago. This was the first time we started to show you this from a perspective of capacity and enrollment. So we have number 5 coming online. If I start on that top part of the slide, that's Dayton Creek Elementary. So that's coming online next school year. Perfect thing because it gives us the right amount of capacity. And you can see what I've done is I'm targeting that 28, 29 would be when number 6 potentially would come online. It's something we're going to have to watch. It might shift to 27, 28 based on what we see for some of these returns coming into the next school year. When we go down to the middle school, we've targeted 24, 25 is when that building comes online. And because middle schools are the size that they are and how we have to work our way into the number of elementary students that feed into it, you can see that takes us from about 1,055 capacity up to 1,583 in 24, 25. This will start getting into, I'm going to refer to this when I start showing you what things could look like with Dayton Creek. How do we start building the idea that we've been talking about for 10 years with 2 elementaries feeding into a middle school? So when you have 5 elementaries, it's when that 6th elementary comes online, it starts to really make things make sense with a feeder. We go down to the high school. I know Dr. Burke wanted me to mention this is, gosh, how good is this? I think we were thinking it was going to be 28, 29, but it's looking like 29, 30 when we start to have need of what is the solution for high school. Is it additions? Is it another building? Is it 2 high schools? So I know there's going to be a lot more conversation about that. The good thing is we have a little bit of time to talk about what that means and the implications for the impact on boundaries, enrollments, staffing, all those wonderful things. So that's that page in there.
Before we leave that slide, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Tim, what's the time frame we think from how long it takes to plan and then build a high school? Is it 3 years? Okay, so we're looking at about 4 years when we need to start thinking about it then.
Great question.
And we're thinking by 2029, we need to have something done, right? So take 4 years off of that. So by 2025, we need to make, so within 5 years, then we need to make a decision.
2024-25 school year, you need to know what are we going to do to solve the potential challenges at high school. All right, no other questions. We'll go to the next slide. All right, so introduction to this. We'll see if we're going to be able to describe this digitally. I also brought some large maps, and so I don't know, is that something we want to put those up and people can look, or do you want me to leave those? And I think we're going to have the map embedded in this presentation, so I should be able to walk through some of that. So what we're going to provide you tonight is 2 elementary options, and really ends up being 2 middle school options based on what these elementary attendance areas are going to look like and how that would need to change to be able to have a complete feeder for what we're envisioning this potentially could look like. So again, this is a draft. This isn't anything final. This is a way in which you, the board, can provide us some good feedback on what you're seeing. And I may not have answers for you tonight, but I'll take some notes and be able to get back. What I tried to apply was going back to the last time we opened up Timber Sage, what were some of the concerns the board had, and can we apply those elements moving forward into a couple of options that starts this conversation. So things like the projected enrollment and the building utilization, things like where we're seeing growth areas and to logically build things together. Those were elements in here. So in general, what we factored in is Dayton Creek opens in 21-22, and that's going to alleviate some capacity that we're seeing in Wolf Creek, Timber Sage, and Prairie Creek. Remember when we created Prairie Creek's boundary, in all transparency, our hope was that that might be a forever boundary, but as we're seeing with the type of yield rates, it's not quite a forever boundary. And so when we get into the visuals, you'll see what a couple of options we've applied so that we can make sure those for Prairie Creek that would stay within its capacity. We also, we're moving some areas that are west of Ridgeview Road to Timber Sage. When we look at Wolf Creek, there's a couple things that are changing. In option A, we have areas that are west of 169. They're moved to Dayton Creek. It's probably no surprise to anyone here, right? The building is there, so that would make sense. Then we have the area that's south of 223rd Street that's in Wolf Creek. It moves over to Dayton Creek in this option. We also realigned Spring Hill Elementary for some future growth, and you'll see what that looks like on the west side of 169 and what goes up to Dayton Creek. Some of that was related to transportation. When we start to get down towards that Hillsdale area, it's kind of challenging to get a bus down there and be able to get them all the way up to Dayton Creek versus being in Spring Hill. So you'll see that on the map. We will have a complete feeder on this, so when we show you the elementary, it'll make sense. Next slide. All right, so a couple of the things that Tyler put together here that's going to help us is the facility is going to be listed on the left-hand side. The color is going to represent what we see in the map for what's proposed in that option. As we move to the right, you're going to see the capacity that's identified for that building, and then what that enrollment is projected to be, because we're starting these facilities, these boundaries in the 21-22 school year. You'll see what that looks like as we move to the right. What I want to mention on this table, if you see the capacity, we have about 2,700 students available. And as we get out to 25-26, we're at about 2,200 students. So we have available district-wide elementary capacity. Our challenge is where the enrollment is in relation to the buildings and what attendance boundary there is. We also provide it based on the 2021 data, the number of kids that would be impacted next year. So that's kindergarten through fifth grade students. Tyler said, hey, if this boundary changed right now, these are the number of kids that would be impacted. And so we have about 280 kids that are impacted. The way to understand this table is when you look at that left-hand column, you'll see where the student currently resides. And then as you move to the right, what building they would end up being associated with on the map. So if we go to the next slide, I think it'll be the map. Or no. All right, so we had the middle school. And once we get to the maps, it'll start to make sense how we put this together. But what you can see here is we do create a situation where there's more kids in Spring Hill South versus what's in Woodland Spring Middle School. But that starts to change if we were to extend this further out. So here's the visual. So what Tyler did here that's a little bit different, but would help you identify with what the current boundaries are. Because right now, if we had the hard copy maps out, you'd be able to see the current boundary, you'd be able to see this future boundary as the solid colors. What he did is he created this blue-black line to kind of highlight the areas that are changing from the existing to what's being proposed in the solid color. That's listed in the map. And again, what's also on this map is the current enrollments and what that means for capacity, which helps tell the story of why we have to have Dayton Creek open. And then the bottom table there gets at what the enrollment is. And what you'll highlight there, there's no orange. So we're able to get the capacities where they're not over the utilization for those buildings. So in general, this kind of gets chunked off. The big thing is 183rd Street, where we have Timber Sage there on the east side. It would go all the way up to Timber Sage, and here we've chunked it off where it goes to Wolf Creek. The other thing is everything that's west of 169 all the way down to 215th Street goes to Dayton Creek. The area that's on the south side in the city limits of Spring Hill and just outside of the city limits to your district boundary that's currently at Wolf Creek will go to Dayton Creek. Some of the things that inherently aren't so awesome about this is for getting the right enrollment at Dayton Creek. 'Cause remember, we have all this new development, and we're trying to get a certain number of kids there so that it has an efficiency and you staff it at a particular level, but then also providing there to be growth for each of these buildings. There's a lot of existing kids that would be south of 223rd Street. What you're going to see, this is option A, and option B, we keep more similarity south of 223rd Street. They're going to stay at Wolf Creek. but we wanted to show you, hey, there's different ways that we can look at this. There's some good things and some bad things. And I would say inherently the worst thing about this is the travel time to get from south of 223rd Street up to Dayton Creek. One of the things that we tried to keep in consideration was crossing over of 169. Now, in order to get the right number of students, we have to have some of that happens. The thinking on moving this area from Wolf Creek to Dayton Creek is many of them may already be on a bus, and so they're going to get on a bus, and so we have some safety in what that is. Now, we can't get past the 169 and trying to cross over to the west side, so we will admit there is some limitations here, but we can get the number of students that's at Dayton Creek, Wolf Creek, to where we're under the utilization. The other thing that we did with Prairie Creek is the areas that are west of Ridgeview, so that new subdivision that's coming from the south and then that's going west as they connect up, it's really that, and then some of those older homes in that area that would be moved to Timber Sage from Prairie Creek to be able to get, again, Prairie Creek where they're under their capacity. So the general things about option A. Do you want me to go through each of these options and then open up for questions, or do you want to ask some questions as this is fresh in your mind?
I'd like to ask a question, and something you can take back and see if this would change things. So, one of the concerns I have is, again, we know that we currently have a busing that goes by a school to get to another school. And we try to minimize that as much as possible. Is there a way, I know that there's Boulder Creek or whatever it is right up here, subdivision, is there a way we could keep the B part with Prairie Creek and then move that bottom part of the pink to Timber Sage, just so that there's something that's closer to Timber Sage and not go past Prairie Creek to Timber Sage?
And just for clarifications, if everyone didn't follow what he was saying, I believe on 167th Street,
right.
It's a little peachy area that's being shown on this map as in Prairie Creek. And I don't know if you're able to highlight that, Phil. It's where the Summit Homes, the 3-day LLC owners, moving that area over to some. We could do that. Some of the challenges we have is as that gets built out, they're going to see Prairie Creek. So we can definitely look at that, but I know that was something that when Tyler and I were putting this together, what we ideally wanted to try to create was things that were around those buildings, and if you could actually see that facility, maybe it makes the most sense, but we absolutely could look at that as a potential option, for sure. Other questions about option A? All right, if we go to option B, the middle school here, this just shows you with the realignment of Timber Sage and Dayton Creek, we pulled more to the south to be able to have that complete feeder. And again, just setting the stage. The challenge here is going to be those that are west of 169 that are used to going to Woodland Springs and are now going to Spring Hill South. So there's, again, a cross traffic flow of going south versus going east. So option B. So again, some of the things that we changed here or kept the same is actually Dayton Creek opens up next year. But we looked at things differently. Instead of taking the area south of 223rd Street to Dayton Creek, we said, hey, let's leave them at Wolf Creek. And we even looked at ideas of moving some of that to Spring Hill, and that may be something that we talk about. But with Victory Road, most of the students are on the west side, and then we have that small subdivision that's over by the bridge, those little ponds that are there. And that might be a possibility, but there's not a whole lot of kids in that area. But in this option, we kept south of 223rd Street at Wolf Creek. We were able to alleviate Wolf Creek by coming really to the railroad. So 169, we come to the railroad, we come down and we pick up those subdivisions off of 199th Street and pull them over to Dayton Creek. Again, the negative is we're going to be crossing over 169, but we knew that when this site was selected, right? So we knew there wasn't going to be here in the short term enough homes to fill that, but we needed the capacity, and as we look long term, eventually probably we'll have a boundary that's just west of 169. As we look at Wolf Creek, mentioning this 199th Street with the railroad, I think actually that bullet point on the south of 223rd Street, that actually stays at Wolf Creek, so that's incorrect. Timber Sage, we contemplated moving those same areas south of 183rd Street to Wolf Creek, but we ended up not doing that in this option. Realigning Spring Hill Elementary for future growth. This is, again, that west side. Some of that goes to Dayton Creek. Again, we have a complete feeder system, again, trying to factor in the transportation impact for rural students. So if we go to the next slide, so we can see what this looks like. So a little more students are impacted by this boundary change, surprisingly, and a lot of that is because of what we're moving on the 199th Street corridor. You can see none of the buildings are going to be over capacity. This probably has not as much impact on Prairie Creek as the other option. I think we're a little bit lower at Prairie Creek for option A. So look at all these students impacted by a boundary change. So a little bit more. If we move to the map, what does this look like? So again, this is more contiguous in many ways, right? We have all the yellow that's going to Dayton Creek. And so you can see that 199th Street corridor, what is like D, just south of the letter D. And that gives us the enrollment that we see at Dayton Creek. This one, we looked at Prairie Creek a little bit differently. So I think it's Fairfields. I think it's the one right off of that street there that's labeled B. Move that. Now that's kind of the spaghetti string, right? So if I zoomed in, we had the large map, you'd see how all of that area is kind of interlaced. So that's probably a challenge there. And you can see Wolf Creek, solid green, where we just kind of chopped off the stuff that was to its west and moved it over to Dayton Creek. So it looks a little more blocky, a little chunky. This is maybe what people might initially think looks good, but as you look at some of the challenges with transportation, it may not. If we look at then the middle school boundaries, you can see, again, very similar. The difference between this middle school boundary and the other one is the area south of 183rd Street. I'm not going to Spring Hill Middle School. All right, so that's the conversation, introduction, draft of what we have here. What are your thoughts? Are we heading in the right direction? I know we got one thing to look at that Jason indicated to contemplate moving to Timber Sage. We can look at that. Are there other things that you guys are thinking? And really more from the standpoint of, are there other objectives you want us to hit on this? I mean, I mentioned going through this the last time. We had projected enrollment, building utilization, trying to make there be available growth in the buildings where we see a lot of developments. Are there other things you guys are thinking?
Yeah, I would say on option B, that B area that's dotted around, that's actually part of Stonebridge as well. So that whole, so you'd be excluding, or not excluding, you'd be taking kids from the Prairie Creek in the same subdivision. So neighbors across the street would be going to Timber Sage and you'd be going to Prairie Creek. So and I know it's complicated, and it's just
we do follow the parcel line, so there at some point it does hit the streets.
Yep.
Again, we wanted to give you two options, and if you guys are like, this seems, because of the spaghetti network of the roads and how they're connected, if you want to say, hey, we don't particularly like this, it seems that in option A, where we take the area that's west of Ridgeview, that may be an option, or maybe will you request it south of 167th, going to Timber Sage. That may be an option as well.
Some numbers to go along with the letters would be helpful, because like that B in that area, is it 20 kids? Is it 60? I have no idea.
We absolutely can give you that type of feedback.
Okay.
Rob, I got a couple of things I want to, first of all, one of the things that's been a seems to be a sticking point or a complaint for many, many years is, so you have a huge area just south of 223rd, that Victory Road. And that group of people currently go to Wolf Creek. And in option A, they would go to Dayton Creek, and option B, they would continue to stay at Wolf Creek. Can you explain to the board why those people are not going to Spring Hill Elementary School?
Yeah, great question, Dr. Burke. So as we try to populate Dayton Creek to have a good number of students with the enrollment, the households that we have in play right now, and what's going to happen, there's one factor. So as we start to move the right number of kids currently to populate Dayton Creek, as we make that building become a correct number of students with the capacity of the building, if we take anything else out of Wolf Creek, and if we go back a couple slides, Phil, so I can look at the numbers to give you guys an idea. All right, so that would say we'd move kids out of Wolf Creek in this option into, let's say, Spring Hill. We're already at an enrollment in Wolf Creek at 300 next year, growing into about 370. When I look at the number of kids there, we're probably going to be closer to 200 students. If we move all or a portion of that, we may be able to almost get them in Spring Hill Elementary, so that's one of the issues. But two is having the right number of kids in Dayton Creek and Wolf Creek. So it's kind of a sticky wicket of trying to have the right number of kids that we currently have, and then as we have future growth. And some of the things that we could explore is what areas south of 223rd Street could be moved into Spring Hill. But I think one of the things that Tyler and I, as we looked at this, we think one of the more important things is this area south of 223rd Street is what middle school do they get aligned with. So if we look at our current sites where we have middle schools and where the third middle school would get aligned, we're going to want to make sure whatever south of 223rd Street probably is at Spring Hill Middle School. That would seem logical. Now, we are working with other districts, and they don't think in that similar vein. They may want something to break up, let's say, the city of Spring Hill, that a portion of you go to a different building. But that in general is kind of what's happening. Is it's the number of kids, it's the capacity, and trying to make sure that we have the right number of kids in 3 of these facilities, and making that work for how you staff, how you budget, and so on.
So Rob, just to make it as easy as possible, you're going to have to take some people out of Prairie Creek, either whether in option A or option B, to relieve some stress from there.
Correct.
And you're going to have to relieve some stress from Wolf Creek. And it looks like one of the ways to do that is the people at Victory Road would, in one option, those people would go to Dayton Creek, and the people on the right side of the highway would stay at Wolf Creek. Or if the people down south at Victory go to, if they stay at Wolf Creek, then the people on the right side of the highway in option B go to Dayton Creek. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then it looks like you're going to have to make some adjustments to pretty much all the schools. So everyone is going to have to lose some students, or at least make some adjustments. So whether it's Spring Hill Elementary or Timber Sage, no matter how you do this, all 4 elementaries are going to have to make some adjustments, correct?
That is correct.
I do have a quick question, and I'm sorry. If I go back up here to your projections and capacity, it's up at the top. Keep going up, please. Right there. It says for us to need elementary number 6, that would be the 28 and 29 school year. But if I go down to both of these projections, it shows that Prairie Creek will be at capacity, whether we're talking about option A or option B. It looks like that Prairie Creek is going to be at capacity the year 26, 27. I mean, either probably over is what so I'm thrown a little bit. Are you suggesting that we would maybe have to do a boundary change to keep that intact. If you look at, I guess if I look at A, Prairie Creek is showing at 510 students at the 25-26 school year, and their capacity is 528. So I'm assuming that the 26-27 school year, they would be over capacity. That's an option A. If I go down to option B, Prairie Creek is at 522, the 25-26 school year. So I'm assuming the 26-27 school year, they're going to be over again. But if I go back up here to the projections and capacity, it is showing elementary number 6 is needed the 28-29 school year. I'm thinking that unless we redo the boundaries, the only way that's going to happen is we're going to need an elementary the 26-27 school year. Does that make you guys understand where my math is coming from?
Yes, and even probably before that, probably 25, 26. Just to grow into it.
I think I'm looking at the second table. And basically the difference between option A and option B is there's more relief in option A to Prairie Creek with moving that area of Ridgeview Road. So when we look at that particular option in 25-26, we have 510 students with a 528 capacity. So we're close. I would say as we go to the next year, it's all going to depend on what we're getting for some of these kindergarten classes.
Right.
And so there may have to be another tweak to the boundary as you move forward, and that's why it may be, as we think about this, it might be what Jason was indicating, if we took more out of Prairie Creek, which I think this Summit Homes will have more students than what we're seeing, let's say even west of the Ridgeview with those developments. That may take enough out that it's more of a boundary that lasts longer till 6 opens, when it would probably start to offset what's happening in Timber Sage and Wolf Creek. It's 6 of this, half dozen of the other. You either impact them now or you impact them,
I guess what I was saying is
down the road.
either one of these looks like 26-27, you're going to need another element.
Potentially.
Yeah.
Well, and to Dr. Burke's point, maybe even the Summit Homes project plus, on option A, plus Zone B together might even be able to relieve enough pressure to get us to the 27, 28, or 28, 29 school year for an elementary.
And so guidance I would ask is, how small can we take any of these buildings knowing that they're going to grow in?
Right.
Is it a 250 number? Is that adequate if we know it's a high growth area to move some kids around thinking about the future boundary? Or do we take the other side, which is what we've shown you here in option A and B, is we've just taken enough to get them under, and then it's something that maybe in the future you do a boundary change. Neither are necessarily one is right or one is wrong. It's what guidance, and it sounds like you maybe want to see one that we take it down to 250,
Well,
350, and then
yeah,
it grows up.
I think so north of 167th between Ridgeview and Lackman, that may be the final Prairie Creek boundary in a lot of ways. If you just made that one boundary and then the rest of it goes to Timber Sage, and then Prairie Creek could probably just stay like that forever, I would hope.
Yeah, I don't know that you would have to go that drastic to 250, because on option B, you're saying it would drop to 397, and in option A, it says that you would be at 416.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if
If you get down to,
if you can drop down to 350,
325,
350.
Yep.
That's good. These type of goals help our team to be able to build something. So
250 is pretty drastic. I mean, you're basically moving half the school, but keeping that down to 325, 350 is not quite as drastic. Plus, it keeps us from 5 years from now looking at boundaries for existing schools.
Phil, am I right on the map? If you go to the map, I think we showed, yeah, you see that yellow hatching just north
Yep.
of 175th Street? That
Covers.
represents the new properties that you have, that could be for a multitude of different facility needs. And I think a question for a later date is where is number 6? Is it in the north, or do we find something in the south? Because remember, that's always been our age-old question, and I know that was something you asked me to touch on as well, is why is there not yet another building in the south? And it's the challenge. We just don't have as much growth as we're going to experience in the north, and so we're just always going to have this pendulum of, with Wolf Creek, what does that boundary look like? And if we added a facility in the south, where that would be, how would that impact enrollment? And so we've kind of been trying to look at some of those ideas as we've given some options on potential site locations. But it really just is a challenge with how fast development is and where students are.
You know, I know that people are listening, and you made a statement about why isn't there an elementary in the south? Tim and Phil, you may have to help me, but I believe in the 2000 bond and the 2001 bond that failed back to back, didn't both of those bonds have an elementary at 223rd and basically 223rd and Victory? Is that correct, or? And that bond failed. So if there's somebody out there that's listening and said, I was here back then, and they promised an elementary, we tried to put an elementary back then.
I did have a question about, since we took the early childhood out of Spring Hill Elementary, that has a much higher capacity than the other ones. Is it kind of the intention to keep them all level with enrollments, or are we looking at actually utilizing that extra space and keeping that enrollment higher?
Are you talking about Spring Hill Elementary
Yeah,
School?
yeah.
I think that we do have the ability to keep a little bit higher. I think we're trying to, you know, keep it within reason, but I do think that Spring Hill Elementary can be a little bit higher.
And just to give you perspective of current data, if we take that area south of 223rd Street and west of Victory Road, we're looking at about 75 students, elementary students. And if we go east of Victory Road, we have about 20 students. So you just add that into the totals on that page, and you can see that it's too many kids, Spring Hill. So what portion do you take? And it seems more logical you'd want to take the west side, but there's so many kids on the west side, then you'd only be coming down a certain far south. Is it like 227th Street, 230th? You know, so we have some limitations on what we do, and does that make sense? And that's why we ultimately, for these initial drafts for you to review, we said, hey, we're not going to look at anything there, but we're going to at least bring that to your attention. And if that's an exploration that you want, just know it'll be problematic to try to move things west of Victory up into Spring Hill Elementary, even if we have the capacity at that building.
Were you just discussing on the current map right there, moving the yellow box to the left, making everything to the left of 169 yellow and making the yellow box purple? Is that what you were just saying?
No, just so it would be 169 would be the west boundary.
Okay.
And then to Victory Road, that yellow portion, there's about 75 kids in that rectangle.
In E?
Yeah, in E, so Victory Road to 169, but then if we go Victory Road to the blue-black line that we have on the east side, there's about 20 kids there right now. So we can't move everybody up into Spring Hill Elementary and not have the right enrollment at Wolf Creek or Dayton Creek, depending on which option we look at.
So swapping those two is not an option.
Yeah. And then if you go to like west of 169 that we have in the purple on this option, there's not a lot of kids there. I think, well, there's a decent amount, probably about 40 students in the purple west of 169. But with transportation, we were recommending in this option, they stay at Spring Hill. The other option, they go up to Dayton Creek.
Having that, Park by Victory Road south for Dayton Creek Elementary doesn't seem like it would be an issue to people, but then having them drive from by Spring Hill Middle School up to whatever's at Wolf Creek, the new middle school, that would be kind of more where it becomes more problematic, I would think.
I think our challenge is when the third middle school opens, right? And we were trying to be proactive on this and trying to think everything we move into Spring Hill. So if I lived in Spring Hill and I'm thinking about transportation, I would like to be in Spring Hill Elementary, Spring Hill Middle, right? At least that's seemingly what we've heard over the years. The challenge is we don't have quite the amount of space for them to all go to the elementary. And then we also need some of these students to either go to Dayton Creek or to Wolf Creek in order to have the right enrollment. Now, as we move forward in time, maybe there might be possibilities that all of this chunk goes there, but when we get to that point, we're not having a very big yield rate of kids in those areas south of 223rd Street. If
That was part of the discussions on the 2018 bond, is that we were going to be offset. We were going to have 5 elementary schools and 3 middle schools. And so we knew at that point, at least one elementary school was going to have to be split when middle school number 3 came on. That's one of the things that we discussed and talked about. And there was talk about trying to put a 6th elementary school in, but just didn't end up happening.
So to Brent's point, the yellow space here in option A, if we exchange that whole yellow space with the purple west of 169, it would be a difference of about 50 kids.
32 kids.
Well, he said 70 and 26 in that whole area, so like 90 kids in that whole yellow area and 40 kids in that purple area. So we're talking about 50 kids difference in, then we would have in 25, 26, we would have about 565.
That doesn't affect Wolf Creek or Timber Stage.
Right. And so for a capacity of 638, and we would have 565 kids there, we could do it, possibly.
That's an option you could bring back.
And we can move everything south of 223rd in this yellow block into Spring Hill, and everything west of 169 up to Dayton Creek.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So moving forward, it sounds like he's got about, 5, 6 maps that you're going to be sending back to us?
Probably 2 or 3, just with your ideas, because I think I can implement a lot of these in one of these changes.
And then you'll send these to us, and then we'll make it available to the public. How do you want to proceed? Do you want the public to reach out to you? Do you want them to come on the December 7th meeting to talk to us? What are the next steps?
I think our December meeting is unusual. It's our holiday meeting. I would say we need to bring this back in January to discuss again.
So you'll work on some maps, get them to us. We can make them available to the public, and then there can be discussions, and then you'll be back here on the January, is that 9th board meeting?
I think so.
Absolutely. And one thing we could do with, when we get to the point where you guys like what you see for what goes to the public, we can use what we're using now in some processes, and that's thought exchange, to put this stuff out. And I don't know how familiar you are with thought exchange, but a great way in this environment, if people don't feel safe, to come into the typical way in which we've had the maps up here and people come rolling in, we can still get thoughts and input with what they think. But we can cross that bridge and just throw that out, that we don't have to do things the way we've typically been used to doing them over the years, that we've kind of evolved our processes to adapt to whatever these new environments are.
What did you say that platform was called that you used?
Called Thought Exchange.
Thought Exchange.
Yeah, and then in fact, the meeting that I just came to, we did a Zoom presentation that was out on YouTube Live, and then we used Slido to get live questions of what people thought about what we presented, and then we have a thought exchange where they can go out and rate their thoughts about each of the options. And so they get access to maps and all sorts of different things to be able to give us input. It's a pretty good way to do it in this arena that we're in now.
So thank you. And so you'll be back at January, first meeting in January.
Sounds like a plan.
You and I will visit, you'll send us some stuff, I'll make it available to the public, we'll talk about thought exchange, and go from there.
Awesome, thank you.
Thanks, Rob.
Thank you, Rob. Moving on to discussion item 3, optional remote, or MAP scores, 8.02. Dr. Burke?
Yeah, I'm gonna turn this over to Brad Wilson. I know that this has been brought up before, and let me give you an update on that.
Thank you. I won't spend too much time on this. It is fairly simple on the surface without getting deep into what our RIT scores, how our norm is calculated, all that good stuff, and really just go on what we saw as we compared last year's data to previous year's data before that. So on slide 2, you'll see just a graph comparing last year, and we went fall to fall. Typically, when we look for meaning on these data, we want it to be fall to spring so we can see what happened during the school year. Last spring, we didn't take these tests, and so we have to go fall to fall in order to do an apples to apples comparison on that data. And if you look at it, the shape of the graph is very similar. Those little diamonds that are orange, that is MAP's projected growth based on the factors of our district and its performance. It has an expectation of what our growth as a district should be. And so then the bars graph below that, and I'm not even going to pretend to know what color that is, but in the bar graphs below that, that is our actual growth that we had. And so you can see it mirrors to some extent the diamond shape that you get for the graph. If you go from the 2018-19 school years, you can see though that those bars probably are a little closer to the diamonds, and so you can see a little bit of drop off in growth versus our projected growth. And you have to do it versus projected growth to make an apples to apples comparison. Go ahead. So on this, we actually crunched the numbers a little bit, and we actually took each of the data points that those bars represent, and we actually compared it, not just to last year's, because that's not a very good comparison, but we did it to the previous 3 years' data. And ironically, we have 3 years previous data that is all very, very similar. I mean, it doesn't vary much at all. But this year's does, and you can see the percent that our most current year, fall to fall, varies compared to our average of the 3 years prior to that. You can see in kindergarten and first grade, and on the bar graph, MAP would list that as first. If you think about it, that's fall of the kindergarten year to fall of the first grade year, so that's really kindergarten data. So kindergarten to first data, we saw a drop off last year in reading from what we would expect compared to our historical data of about 25%, which is about the amount of the school year we lost. And if you remember what we did, we gave out packets or assignments for kids to do, and then that was the learning modality. Instead of having instruction either virtually or in person, we were giving out assignments and giving learning in that way. And so you can see, if you take a quick glance on that, and I'm not going to go data point by data point, but if you can see, in most cases, with the exception of 3rd and 4th grade, or 4th to 5th grade, there was a drop-off to some extent. And you can see the majority of that is really early, kindergarten, 1st grade, and you'll see middle school. Looks like a significant drop there. And I don't have a great explanation for that, but you can see that there. Let's go to math. So that was reading. In math, it's really a similar story. We still have a similar shape. You can see the middle school years really become a little more pronounced in this graph as well. And then if you go to the actual numbers, you can see again a 20 to 30% drop, in most places, with middle school being significantly more than that, in most places. Go ahead into conclusions, assumptions. Based on the limited data, I didn't feel like I could just put conclusions, but there are some assumptions in there. And part of it is that the continuous learning plans that we had that didn't have direct instruction didn't provide the same level of learning as we've had traditionally in the 3 years prior to that. And so I would conclude then that learning opportunities are not adequate, that you need teachers, you need the support structures, you need the interventions, you need some of those things that we're able to provide, either in school, sometimes in remote, but I think all of us think the best support structures are actually in the school building. And then we saw that the youngest students, kindergarten and first grade, tended to show the greatest impact, as well as our middle school students due to that. And I'm going to call it a shutdown, but the time that we did not have in-person learning. This data is really not anything about remote learning, as remote learning didn't really happen in this data window. We may have had a week or two, but that's not really significant to the learning of those kids. So probably the most important part of this is, what are we going to do to make sure that kids are getting learning and that we're improving the learning for those students that obviously had some breakdown. Now, we're looking at data that is aggregate by district. What we're probably going to see when you look at it by classroom and by kids is that some kids had a greater loss than other kids, and some kids may have done just fine. But we certainly need to analyze that, and one of the ways we do that is through our professional learning communities. Professional learning communities allow teachers on that more individual level to look at data, look at instruction, look at interventions, and be able to plan the learning path for those kids to be able to make up for any losses that they may have. Obviously, our strategic plan is going to be an important part of that. Our strategic plan, it's personal development, academic growth. In both sides of that, a multi-tiered system of support is an integral part of what we're going to do to improve the learning for kids. And that is, I won't go into great detail here. We'll have a presentation at a later date that goes into more detail on that. But that multi-tiered system of supports really identifies kids that are struggling to learn and provides them extra time and extra instruction through intervention to improve. And our schools, probably most importantly through our strategic plan, is not just what you built, but then what our schools are going to build in response to that. And so under those two areas, our buildings are really working to see how can we leverage our strengths to overcome our challenges based on our data. So they get to make a more detailed, specific plan on the needs that their kids are seeing and the strengths that their staff has to provide those. What questions do you have for me?
So looking at these numbers, I just want to be sure that I understand correctly. I'm just looking at math. It does look like middle school or secondary, like 5th and 6th, 7th and 8th are the highest. I guess would deficit be the right word? Meaning like where it says negative 137%, they are.
Yeah, so here's the challenge of taking data that is really small and trying to make conclusions from it.
Mm-hmm.
So we've aggregated all the data. So there are these things called RIT units. That's a Roush unit. And those RIT scores then, when you get to middle school, the expected growth is very small, like 2 to 3 of those RIT points. And we had in that case right there, instead of a 2 to 3 positive, we had a 1 negative when aggregate, and they round also from that report. So yes, if you're going down below 0 and you have an overall negative for that year, then yeah, you're going to be over 100%.
Mm-hmm.
It should have been, if I can look at that data, it looks like it probably should have been a 3, and it was a negative 1 or something like that. So that would be a decrease. That one by itself would be a decrease of negative 133. So it was somewhere close to that.
Okay. So I know we were already, like from our retreat, we're already concerned about scores beforehand. And of course, we would never have imagined last January what was coming our way. That was just this January, I guess. It's been a long year. And so a couple of things, I mean, all we can do is go with where we're starting point. This is a starting point, right? And move forward. And I appreciate you saying that. I do agree that, of course, continuous learning is different than in-person learning. I mean, packets that were optional too. They weren't even required in fourth quarter. So of course it's going to be. I mean, if it was all the same, that wouldn't make any sense at all, if they were exactly where they were supposed to be.
It would sure be an indictment of teachers, and I think this reinforces the importance
Yes.
of teachers and teaching.
That's exactly where I was going, how valued and extremely important our teachers are to be with our kids and teaching them. So this speaks volumes to that. You said PLCs, so we're starting PLCs again in second semester, correct?
That is the plan. Obviously, we need to arrange with the Y as numbers have increased recently.
Right.
I have not talked to them. We made a plan originally that the plan without any change would be that we'd start them in January. And so we need to make sure that we are still on for January, but as soon as possible, we want those professional learning communities up and running, which gives the teachers the time and the resources to be able to do that extra work to get kids up to speed.
To get them caught up, so to speak,
So to
right?
speak. Yep.
And then
And again, the only thing, I apologize, I don't mean to interrupt, but I just want to, for everybody listening as well as the board to go, it's really hard to make grand conclusions on really small data pieces. So these numbers look crazy, but I think the conclusions that were made are probably fairly accurate, but I don't know that I'd go too far beyond those when making conclusions. So, and I don't think you have, but I just want to caution everybody out there.
Right, no, I think the biggest conclusion is what you just said. It speaks volumes to how much we need our teachers, how valued they are. If I understand correctly, also, we map test again in December?
Yeah.
So it's August and then December usually. August usually, but we didn't start until August 26th, so it must have been a little pushback, but, so December.
But right at the beginning of school, almost always.
Okay.
And actually, we were probably a little closer to the beginning of school this year, but still.
Okay.
A few weeks after school starts.
And I know it takes a little time to put the data together after they test. It's not an immediate test
Yeah,
result.
the only challenge is this data comes through MAP. You can't get the comparisons to the norm reference without their data crunching. And until you close the assessment window, they don't begin their data crunching.
Right.
But honestly, as soon as that window's closed, they're really quick about getting it.
Okay.
I think they had it within a couple of days.
So February-ish, maybe we would have December data, which is really when we'll be able to see. So we've been in person now for 3 weeks in secondary, when secondary looks like we're having the biggest issue, but we've only been in person for 3 weeks so far, and hopefully stay that way. But then we would be able to see in that data, that's when we would be able to see how remote affected
So what I'd want
MAP
to do
scores.
is do fall to winter of past years and compare it to our fall to winter this year.
Okay.
And again, it's not, this really isn't the intent of how this data is supposed to be used, but it at least gives you an idea that probably there was a learning loss in that time that we didn't have kids in school. And if we could see significant discrepancies in that time, we might be able to make some conclusions about this first semester.
Right. Okay. I think that was.
Just a quick question. So, this really isn't comparing the same kids, right? Because you're taking like last year's kindergarten to first graders and then this year. So there could be some differences in the performance level of a grade level of kids too.
Certainly. Some of that is, two things that go. One, you're doing, also when you start doing the comparing to the norm group, that takes into account of the individual kids' performance and what's expected for those individual kids. You certainly could get a class that's different. Because our elementary classes are getting close to 300 kids, some of that variability is going to be taken out through the larger numbers, and so it's a more statistical sample, but certainly you could have a class that for some reason is a little lower or than another one. One of the things we have seen is a pretty steady across the years of grade level performance.
Okay.
So
That variance in kindergarten kind of
quick
makes sense.
clarification, Brad.
Mhm.
I've heard I think you made a point of talking that these numbers are about growth, but then I've heard you talk about performance. Could you clarify what the difference is for me?
Yes. So these are all about growth. So when you see a percentile compared to the norm group of our growth, you might see somewhere around 50% for a grade level. So that means we are right at the median average of what the norm group is for growth. However, if you look at our grade level performance, that's just how kids perform at a grade level, we are always above average, above the norm for our performance. So RIT scores usually run in the 200s plus. So these growths are 1 to 5 to 10, I think one of them was 20 some odd expected growth points. That's going from where they're at to their next test on performance. So the performance is the overall number. The growth is obviously the difference between where they were to where they are now.
Going back to what Sharon was talking about, the kids moving upward. I see a 2-year pattern in second grade there. It's a little bit lower. What do you got any thoughts on that?
No, I don't have actually any conclusions on that. I can say that was consistent. That could be anything from, they actually have a little different tests. It could be something different with how we're recognizing special education. I really don't have a solid conclusion based on that, but it was something that we saw 4 years straight, actually.
Okay.
I'll be curious too to see how the Sunday program plays into this as we progress in that. I've heard really great feedback from that.
Anecdotally, very good.
Yeah,
Yes.
even though with that said, looking at elementary school compared to secondary on reading, elementary school is pretty steady, pretty on the positive end. It's secondary that we need to be careful with.
And again, secondary, you have to be even more careful with this data just because the numbers start to get so small. You have expected growth of 2 to 4 instead of expected growth of 18 to 24 or something like that.
And I can certainly understand why kindergarten to first grade would have that. I mean, kindergarten isn't even required. I know we have a lot of kindergartners, but they come in at seriously different levels. Some come in reading and some come in not even knowing their letters. So that makes sense to me. But I'm just hoping we can find a way to keep this at the forefront. I don't want this to fall.
Yeah. One of the things, and there's much better ways to analyze this data than what we did with these big aggregate. This is the only way to give you a district look at it. But our buildings, they're not just starting this now and starting with PLC. They've always kept track of their data. And they will continue to, and they are able to look at it on a finer grain and actually make instructional decisions based on it. And they've always done that, and they do a phenomenal job of that. I can't make many conclusions based on this, but I do think that you saw a learning loss when we were out of school.
Yeah, right. Well, I don't know how it couldn't be. I don't think that could be a surprise to anybody.
Sure.
So, thank you for putting it together.
Of course. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Moving on to our next discussion item is optional remote learning plan survey data. Dr. Burke?
Yeah, I believe Misty is online. Misty's going to kind of walk you through some information pertaining to the data, and then I believe Michelle's going to visit with you, and then I'll get so we'll turn it over to Misty.
Yeah, I'm going to start with the survey information. On October 29th, we sent an interest survey to all parents, asking them a couple questions. And the first one is, we asked them if they wanted to enroll their student in optional remote learning for the second semester. I'm going to give you a few numbers before we go into this. Right now, we have 408 students in optional remote learning. And we had 180 parents respond to the survey. So when we're looking at this, you can see that 67% said that they would like to return for second semester optional remote learning, which is approximately 120 respondents. And then when we dig a little bit deeper, that actually represents 233 students. We asked them to provide names of students who would be interested in the second semester learning. So we know that's 230 students. And then when we move over to no, I'm currently in optional remote, but I do not want to return, that is 22 respondents. But that doesn't have an actual number of students associated with that. So that's only 22 people responding to the survey. And then we have 5.6%, which is 10 respondents who are currently in person who want to enroll for optional remote for the second semester. And then the last one is a write-in, and 16% basically said they weren't sure what they wanted to do at this point in time. And then we asked, sorry about that. Then we asked if we didn't provide optional remote learning for a second semester, what would they do with their student? And you can see that 42% would move to in-person learning, which was approximately 75 respondents. And then we had 21% go to Insight, which is 37 respondents. And then homeschool 9%, which was 17 respondents. And then homeschool or other virtual school, which was 9 respondents. So you can see there's a little variety there. We also had some other people who were unsure what they would do at this time. And then Michelle Hackney is going to take over this part of the presentation with staff information.
Absolutely. I want to give you a little bit of context, or it's basically a review to kind of share again what the optional remote looks like. At the elementary level, we have 8 teachers that are optional remote teachers. They are dedicated to one grade level, with 2 of our optional remote teachers that are co-teaching at 2 different grade levels. So it's just optional remote students. At the middle school level, we have teachers that have some of their hours are in-person students, and we have, I believe it is 12 teachers that have an hour or 2 a day that are dedicated to just teaching optional remote learning students. At the high school level, we have teachers that are, and I believe the number's pretty high up there, in the 40s, and Mark, if you're on here, you can jump on and correct me on that. But those teachers are teaching in-person students while optional remote learning students are remoting in during that class. The graph that you see up above, we have 76 of our secondary staff members that are doing optional remote responded back. 63% of those would like to return to teaching only in person, and 37% would like to continue teaching ORL at the secondary level as it is currently being conducted. The next slide shows the elementary. Misty, can you grab that? There we go. Thank you so much. Of the elementary, their questions were a little bit different. They were given the option to continue ORL, if given the choice, continuing ORL second semester. If given the choice between ORL or returning to the traditional classroom in person. B, health concerns are so great that ORL teaching is the only option for me. Or D, though I still have some health concerns, I prefer ORL, but I'd be willing to go back to the traditional classroom. And you can see that breakdown with the majority, 33%, choosing A, continuing ORL, and or B, the choice they would choose to go back to the regular classroom. When you look at the elementary, I had one person very strongly would want to stay on ORL, and one person very strongly that doesn't want to. Everybody else was, I'll do whatever. The neat just, it really warms my heart about our staff all the way up from elementary, middle, and high school. The survey results say, I will do out whatever I need to do. In collecting the survey data for all of the levels, where it broke down, it was primarily at the high school level, and it's really no fault of anyone's, but it's I think the nature of the beast. You're teaching a group of students in front of you. You're letting people into Zoom meetings. So if you have any attendance issues, if you have any tardies, you're teaching away and you're having to stop and let people in. So that was brought up several times during the survey data. Also, when you are teaching along, you have an optional remote learning student that has a great question, they're putting it in the chat log. You're teaching along and needing to keep looking at that while also looking at your in-person students to get that feedback. At the high school level, probably the part that, so the high point was so many teachers, I just want to do what's best for kids. If this is what we need to do, we'll do it. The part that, as a human resource director, somebody that's charged with recruiting and retaining being a very important part of things, having teachers saying that they feel like they're failing their students, not just failing one student, but failing a group of students. So that was really kind of hard to read as I read through this. At the high school level, several mentally exhausting, the most challenging thing I've ever done. It's hard to balance those two worlds that you've got, the in-person and the ORL. So that's kind of the gist of that. At the elementary level, the need for the ability to do more hands-on, that students have what they have at home in a traditional in-person elementary classroom. You've got the blocks you're working with, you've got the tiles, the different hands-on. At the high school level, challenge to find some of those virtual labs and things like that. At the elementary, it really does mirror that, where that inability to do those hands-on, and some really great ideas came out of actually all of the survey data of what we could do to do it better. The length of time at the elementary level sometimes is too long. Both groups were able to make relationships at the secondary high school level. Though they were able to make relationships, it was really hard. Much of the data showed that it was hard to make those connections as easily with the two different learning platforms going on, and feeling like sometimes our ORL students, trying to draw them in was a challenge in the engagement level of that. Also, some instances of students turning off their cameras. So some reported it was because of their connectivity and it was really weighing down their internet, so they turned them off. I don't know, maybe. And then some just, I think, doing that, the attendance being an issue at the secondary level. But again, our teachers will do what's best, but kind of that's where the staff survey data kind of came in with our ORL teachers.
So with that being said, I guess a couple of things. First of all, respondents and total students is two different things. Because of the 180 respondents, it represented 233 students. We have 408 students in the program. So to me, that means that you've got, 170 some odd students that we don't know what their plans are. That we didn't hear from them, didn't respond. Right now, it looks like 233 students are planning to come back, plus an additional, we think, we heard from 10 respondents. We're not exactly sure how many that represents. So let's say that that's 20. So right now, that's 253 students. And again, this is speculative. 253 students out of 408 are coming back. We have some options. First of all, I think one of the things that we need to do is we'll send out I don't want to call it a survey, we'll send out and say, you have to enroll. And you have to let us know exactly what you're planning to do. We did have some parents say, well, I want to wait till January to make a decision. We can't wait till January to make a decision because I have to move staff around. If I'm thinking that 150 kids are coming back, I gotta plan for those kids and where they're going to go. You know, if they're all spread over the secondary, it's not that hard. If 20 of them come back to the same grade level in the same school, I got a problem. And so we will need to send out some kind of enrollment information, and we'll need to know for sure what people are planning to do. Now, that may come back to what's going to happen at the next discussion item, but we still need to know that. We still have some options. Well, option number one is we can maintain what we're doing and continue to do that. The problem is, if those 150 kids don't come back, that means the kids or the people who are in person, their class sizes are going to go up. And the people in the community just need to understand that. You know, I can't just go hire a teacher because, you know, first of all, we don't just have unlimited amount of money. And so, in order for that to work, I would have to pull a teacher out of this program and put them in there. There are some things that we could do that. We could do bands. If we lost enough students, we might be able to combine a kindergarten and a first grade class. We might be able to combine a second, third grade class. It just depends on how many students are lost. And then we could do bands where a teacher would work with different grade levels. That's not uncommon, especially in small school districts. Or the third option is, Insight has said that they would take these students. And we have Kansas Virtual Academy and we have Insight. With 250 some odd kids, I don't know that we want to give up all those students. I don't want to say give them up, but I don't know that it's the best option for all of them to go to Insight. So we would have to continue to look at something. So it goes back to your first two options. If you keep it the way it is and we don't make any changes to that, then that means your class sizes are going to go up. And people need to understand your elementary class sizes are going to go up, and that's going to be the way it is for a semester. Or we may have to make some adjustments and pull some staff out of this and end up having them go back to the elementary. I think one unintended consequence of when we changed the gating criteria, we wanted to make sure that the people who were in person that decided that at that point they wanted to go to optional remote could do that. What we really didn't discuss is a lot of those people who changed and went were in classes that we weren't offering in optional remote. And so what we did to our teachers is all of a sudden they started receiving kids that were online while they still had a full class load. And I don't, again, as Michelle said, our teachers did a phenomenal job of saying, we're going to make this happen. But I don't know that we gave them much warning that that was coming. And that was an unintended consequence of this. And so, again, moving forward, I think we need to know exactly how many people are coming, and we'll probably discuss that again with you in December. But the other thing I will say is, if people don't sign up for optional remote, when we ask them to sign up, then that won't be an option. Because I can't continue to try to do a shell game of moving people around. The one group that's a little bit different is students in special education. Special education is called special education because there are special rules and some things that we can do for them that we don't really do for other students who are not in special education. And so we will try to offer optional remote learning for them as best as we can. It may look a little different, but we'll do everything that we can, whatever is decided on this process. So I do know that there is a lot of stress. And when I say that, I know that teachers are reporting that parents are online with them for the whole time that the kids are on there. And not that that has anything to change, but think about, you went into profession of teaching, you didn't know that you would have a classroom of parents sitting there with you all day long every day. And parents, we appreciate them supporting and working with their kids, but that's additional stress on our teachers that may or may not be what they expected. The other thing is, all these teachers that we hired them to be in person, except for two. And those two were hired at the very end, and they were hired to come in understanding this. So again, I'm not advocating for getting ready to offer remote learning. What I'm saying is there's a lot of pressure and stress on there that I don't know that we thought about. At least with remote learning, there's an idea that you're going to come back. Hopefully the numbers will get down and you come back. Optional remote learning, you're doing this for the whole semester. The other thing is I want to state is I have received a lot of calls about people who change their minds. And I feel really bad because I have to tell them, no, you made a commitment to stay for the whole semester. Matter of fact, you wrote it down that you would stay. But there are some very compelling stories. Some of them were health issues. Some of them were job opportunities. Some were concerns about their children's mental health. There were all very, I don't know that I talked to anybody that didn't have a compelling story. But the thing is, it needs to be reminded is if you start in it, you need to stay in it. Because when you move back and forth, I can't make, everybody says, make an exception for me. As soon as you make an exception for one person, anybody else that you don't make an exception for could be considered discrimination. So it's kind of one of those all or nothing things. And again, every story that I heard was very, very compelling. There wasn't a person that I talked to that I didn't feel bad saying no to. So I'm just saying that optional remote learning is not what we started doing this for. And again, when we go to remote learning, there's always the tendency, the hope that the numbers will get down and we get back. Optional remote learning is they're in there for the whole semester. So there is a difference in the two. I just want that understood. So with that, Michelle, Misty, and I will stand for any questions that you have.
This maybe is kind of getting into the weeds a little bit, but the bands that you were talking about with elementary school, if that was something that you could do, would that maybe kind of make the class sizes not necessarily go up as much for the in-person? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, maybe. It depends. It depends on how many teachers that I can pull and how many of those teachers I can spread throughout the district. The thing is, I'll give you an example. Prairie Creek may receive 9 fifth graders, and they may receive 9 fourth graders, and they may receive 9 third graders. I'm probably not going to be able to pull 3 teachers for that. I might be able to relieve one of those classes. Does that make sense? And
Yeah.
a lot depends on how many that they already had. We would go to the highest class numbers at the lowest grade level first and work our way from there. So the idea is that, yes, we would pull those teachers back and try to insert them back in the classroom. Now, that causes its other issue is some of these kids have been with the teacher for a whole semester. Starting second semester, they would be starting with a different teacher. That's one of those things that everybody says, yes, I want another teacher and I want smaller class sizes, but I want my kid to stay in here because they made a connection with this teacher.
So the class list may change.
Right. So, not a perfect system, but a great question.
And our elementary ORL teachers have become very fond of their classes, and that was, you know, if it means staying with this group, I'll do it no matter what, or I've got enough teachers to cover if we went to bands, and presenting that to them. If we went to bands, does your answer stay the same? And I would have enough to cover, but yeah, it does really kind of upset the apple cart as far as class list.
So if, and just for clarification, that's what I think I'm hearing, but I want to be sure. The elementary, you've got one teacher that's saying she wants for sure to go back, and one that doesn't, and the others are saying, whatever I can do, right? Which doesn't surprise me at all. Would it be, but on the other hand, it sounds like it's secondary, where a lot of the stress is.
The high school with having
The high school. And that's what I wrote down. I know it says.
I wouldn't say that, though. We're hearing stories of stress at the elementary.
You are?
Oh,
Okay.
oh, absolutely.
Okay.
It's not without stress.
Yeah, because you probably have more parents online with their kids at the elementary than you do at the secondary.
Yeah, it's not without stress, and they're a few weeks ahead as far as they started early. Oh, it's not all roses, but that was what they said. It's not easy, but we're finding our stride. Yeah, definitely not.
Which it sounds to me like they're trying to be very positive and nice about it. But then the key words that I wrote down that are kind of grabbing at me are they feel like they're failing their students. And we want to make sure that we keep these teachers because we know how great they are too. And we don't want anyone to feel like a failure, that's for sure. So, so it says 37% of, they want to teach online at high school in that chart. 37% of 46 people, is that what that is?
Yes.
Okay. Want to be online, I don't know what that number comes out to be, but I can figure it out.
And at the, I kind of interject in as well, at the elementary level, middle school and high school, across the board, most respondents stated that it was harder to individualize for the remote learners. It was harder to, those that were struggling to really find a way to reach them academically to the level that they would if they were in person.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, and even during remote learning, we heard stories of parents in the background and just interruptions in the remote environment. I can't imagine trying to teach in person and the interruptions coming into your whole classroom.
I have an example of, and I appreciate the parent being involved, and I'm not entirely sure, I know it's at secondary level, but sitting in on a classroom because the child was at an appointment. So you've got, and I believe it was at the high school level, I'm not absolute, but I know it was secondary, but you've got a classroom of in-person, you've got your remote learning, and then an adult. I've got several examples at the elementary level of adults interjecting and pointing out that Bobby's misbehaving, you know, things like that. And I, again, appreciate the involvement, but as having been a teacher for a number of years, that would really kind of throw me for a loop, and you know, and add a little bit of stress. But I've got teachers that are saying, I'm moving forward, you know, and I'm doing the best I can for kids. Right.
And this is not an indictment on our teachers. Our teachers
Not an
are
indictment.
phenomenal.
Right.
But we're bringing to you that there is some stress there.
Well, I think that's important that we talk about that, the stress level of the teachers, for sure, it's a concern.
And I didn't mention the two versions. When you do have a mixture of your online, whether it be at the middle school where you have some hours that are online and some hours that are in person, or the high school where you've got that blended model, the teachers are creating two different sets of lesson plans. It's the same subject matter, but if you're going to cover things, you have to digitally get that information out, make sure you can't run over and get the stack of papers, you know, on the shelf like you would if they were all in person. Testing, having two different versions of the test, how that is moderated, different things, and that was a point of a lot of stress, was really that added work, that added burden. Again, they said they'll do it, but it was really, really causing a great deal of stress.
They're working harder than they ever have.
Oh, yes. Yes, they are. I think all of our teachers, in person,
yes,
remote, or blended.
And we appreciate them.
I do think if you look, this is Eric, looking at that very last slide though, it looks to me like the elementary staff, the majority actually prefers ORL. I mean, I see option B there, given the choice, I would choose to go to the regular classroom, but option A is I want to continue being ORL. Option C is my health concerns are so great, it's the only option for me is ORL. And option D, I would prefer ORL, but I'd be willing to go back. So, you know, that's 66% saying they all prefer ORL. And I'm not making an argument here. This doesn't sound like it's being represented that way.
Yeah, and Eric, the one strongly in and the one strongly out, all the others had a preference that, I had a couple that really liked it. I would do it. I'd keep doing it. I had a couple that, if given the choice, I would go back to traditional. But yes, one strongly said, this is the only mode for me. Everyone else was flexible on which direction that they would go. And I think a lot of it has to do with the attachment to the students at this point, very much so, or at the elementary level, being a few weeks into it, having found their stride in what they're doing. And digging in, finding out what's not working and digging in and trying to make some changes, to that. Again, all levels have some ideas how it can improve as well.
So at this point, I think our next steps is we go ahead and have, parents enroll and make a commitment to being in ORL or not. That gives us a good idea of what the number is. Unless the number dropped drastically from 233, I don't know that we could get rid of ORL, from our buildings. So I think that we would have to continue doing that. But I do think that we would have to look at our numbers and see what it is effect on the school district, and then go from there. I feel like the next board meeting's not until December 7th, and so we will ask them to go ahead and enroll between now and then we would have better actual data. I mean, this is good data, but we really need to know exactly who's coming and who's coming to be in person and who's wanting to stay in offshore remote learning.
It seems like from the family perspective, the parent perspective, there was a lot of people that you just really don't know where they're at on it. So I would think that would be a good idea.
So we would collect that data between now and December 7th and then make a decision on optional remote learning going into second semester. That's what you're saying?
We would have to know, well, we need to know in December, because we've got to do staffing and kind of figure out what that. Again, if 150 people are not going to be in it, then we don't need all the staff that we currently have. And so that's what I'd recommend.
I think it's important that they do still have the choice of Insight, right? Insight said that they would absorb those if we can't, so.
Yeah,
It
Insight
isn't-
said that they
It
would
isn't
take.
taking away an option to remotely learn from home.
And again, this is not being critical of our teachers, but that's what Insight does.
Right.
I mean, they have been doing that and doing it for many, many years. And so, they have a platform, and they have, the staff that have been trained to do this and most of their staff have been doing this for many years, where our staff has been doing it for 6 months.
Okay, so you'll get some more data, ask parents to commit between now and the next meeting. Okay, thank you. We're at recess till 9:37.
Thank you.
Run, Katie Mae, run. Well, there's 3 of them.
We're back in session. Moving on, the next discussion item is the gating criteria. Dr. Burke?
Yeah, we've had quite a few people ask us where the numbers come for the gating criteria. So what I've asked is Brad Wilson to give you just kind of a walkthrough about where the numbers for the gating criteria comes from. And I'll let him talk to you about this all came from the CDC to begin with. When he's done, I'd like to visit with you about some process and steps that were taken, a mistake that I made, and then I have a suggestion recommendation for you. Then, if you want to, ask a bunch of questions about the criteria. But at this point, just want him to walk you through where the numbers came from.
Well, I don't know if you want a dissertation on it, but I first want to start with that there is, up on board docs, there is the gating criteria that you adopted, which is purely a scoring matrix with no scores, and then a couple of brief sentences about how the transition would be made and back and forth. There is also up there an explanation of how I mine the data every week. So every Wednesday, I go to the Kansas Department of Health and Environment's website. There's multiple ways that you can actually get the same data on that website. And so I showed pictures of where I take that data, and I put that on the explanation sheet, and that's been on our website as well. And so
I'm going to stop you for a second. Tim, could you go ahead and put the explanation of the gating criteria dashboard up so that people know what he's talking about?
So as you can see, the indicator is on the left-hand column. In the middle is a snapshot that was actually from 9/30 of the data as it was being collected. So I just took a screenshot of it and then gave an example of how you get to that on their website. The third core indicator is really a school-based indicator. What are the mitigation things that we are doing? And I put the CDC definitions from that CDC website on there to give an explanation of what we were doing and maybe where the one place where we were not able to meet their criteria. And then the secondary indicators, and when we take the data, it's actually not the most recent 2 data points, it's the one previous to that, because it does take them some time to get the data up to date. The way this is done is the Johnson County Department of Health and Environment collects the data and then in batches submits that data to the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. Depending on how that batch upload or when that batch upload is done, sometimes you can look at the Kansas Department of Health and Environment website and the data is incomplete. But typically by Wednesday afternoon, they've had it complete the last few days or last few weeks, excuse me. And then the very bottom, the hospital data in particular, those 3 indicators are from the MARC website. And so they have a dashboard on hospitalizations, and that allows you to select Johnson County only and read that data from the graphs they have there. And they're essentially pie graphs or donut graphs on there. And then the last one is essentially just whether there is a localized community public COVID outbreak. And by CDC, these are again CDC guidelines, all of them. This is as determined by the local health department for local, or it could be a state outbreak overall. That would be determined by the Kansas Department of Health and Environment if they declared the whole state. And so those are the areas from and all of this is on the CDC website that can be found from, except for we obviously are mining the data from those 2 other websites.
So I have a question. How does that last item differ from the second item? Are they the same, or what kind of sets something as an outbreak? The number of % positives?
there's not a number, but it has to be a rapid rise in the number as determined by the local health department. Give you a kind of an idea of what's been happening, so you might be able, can you go back one page? You can see when I took the very first column, it says 243 cases per 100,000. So that went up. I remember going into Dr. Burke's office, and for the first time that went over 300. And that slowly rose from 243, and over about 3 or 4 weeks went to 300. Well, then it went immediately to 350, and now it's almost at 400. I think it's 396 or something like that. And that's what the health department is considering a rapid rise in cases, which is what determines for them whether it's an outbreak. And they're doing it over the whole county.
So questions for, at this point, we don't want to argue, I don't want to use the word argue, debate what we're using and all that. Do you have a question about where the information is coming from? Okay. So with that being said, so Mr. Wilson came into my office, and if you could, Tim, click on the, I'm sorry, Phil, click on the Spring Hill School District Gating Criteria 11.4. So Mr. Wilson on Wednesday afternoon after 3:30 put the numbers in and came into my office, and to be honest, I think at that point it was a 47, and then later he found an error and readjusted that and made it 46. But when he came into my office, he said, well, we went from green, which was the 14 to 40, all the way over to the yellow, which was the 46 to 55. And that stay in the current mode was put in there to give us a little bit of time to acclimate and get ready for this. So when we saw that, we said, well, that means that we're going back to remote. So I made the decision and want it to be understood that it was my mistake, but I made the decision and we put it out on the district website that we would be going into the remote on the 23rd. I think within a day, a few hours or a day, we had a patron who notified us and pointed out that the gating criteria that the board had approved on the I'm sorry, you don't have all this in front of me, or I do have it in front of me. Part of the problem is I have all of it in front of me. But the date that that the board had approved that, I believe, was 10/29. And that data had basically said, when we had approved that, that data had said there would be a delay of 1 week to the schedule to facilitate school. I'm sorry, when moving from a less restrictive to a more restricted environment, a move to a more restricted environment will last. I'm sorry, I've got this. Is there a way to pull up what was actually on there?
At the very top of the screen. Oh, no, you went too far. Yep, there, yes, right there.
Yeah. So the following Monday, there would be a delay of 1 week. That's not on that one. That's what, I apologize. I've got too many things up here on my screen. And so when that was pointed out to me, and I realized that I'd made a mistake, I think immediately we put something out that a mistake had been made, and that we felt like that after the board had talked about the gating criteria and we had approved it, then at that point we did have a conversation. The board had a conversation about giving us more time because we were going to move, we're kind of bypassing hybrid and then going straight into remote. So we did hybrid over a kind of a 1 week hybrid over 2 weeks, and then we went into the remote. And so that is correct, and I had made a mistake. But at the same time, I'm sitting there thinking, well, what was the board's intent? And we couldn't just automatically make a decision for the board because That would be changing the gating criteria that you had approved. So, at this point, you have some options. You can not do anything at all, and that we would we would go into, remote starting on the 16th of November. So if you choose to do nothing at all, and follow your gating criteria and the additional data that was approved, by the board, you don't do anything, and then on the 16th that we would move into that. I have a recommendation though, because I have some additional information that I don't think can be discounted. On Tuesday, we had a meeting, we being the Johnson County Superintendents, had a meeting with Dr. Ariola and Megan Foreman. And during that meeting, we were told that they felt like the school districts were doing a good job with the mitigation efforts. And that because schools were requiring students to wear masks, because social distancing, because of, some of the schools were doing one-way hallways, they felt like that was a safer environment for kids to be in. And so there was a discussion about that the gating criteria for the county would move into red, and that the recommendation was that the schools stay into orange. Well, that caused some consternation and some conversations because, again, why have a gating criteria if you're not going to follow it? With all that being said, and you may say, well, what does that have to do with our gating criteria? Our gating criteria is different. I'm just going off of what Dr. Ariola had commented on Tuesday. And his comment was that we were doing a good job. He felt like, matter of fact, he felt like schools were doing a better job than the community because at least schools were following the rules. And so what I would recommend to the board, and I know this may not be very popular with some of our listeners, but right now, when we're moving to Yella for us, Yella is remote. We don't have a hybrid. So we're bypassing hybrid, we're going to remote. If we're doing a good job with the gating criteria, or with our gating criteria and our mitigation factors, which I believe that we are, I would ask the board to consider waiting until after waiting until after Thanksgiving. And the reason, you say, well, you originally put it here on the 23rd, now you're extending it. Well, the 23rd and the 24th is a 2-day week. So we'd go for remote 2 weeks, and we'd send the kids home, and then they'd come back in I believe, November 30th, and then go to remote, after only being on remote for 2 days. So I'm suggesting to the board that you extend the time frame, not get rid of the gating criteria, not even changing the gating criteria, other than the fact that you extend the time to November 30th before we move into remote. It does a couple of things. It gives your parents who have middle school kids some time to find daycare for those kids, or at least someone to watch their kids after school, the people that have concerns about it. It also gives your teachers some additional time to prepare to going back to remote, because as we talked to you tonight, remote is tough. And so you're giving your teachers some additional time to do that. Again, you would either need to make some kind of exception tonight, or you would have to change your criteria that was adopted in the full gating criteria based on when at this point, the only thing I'm asking you to do is change the time period that you move from a least restrictive to a more restrictive environment. So does that make sense? It's a lot of talking.
Your mic's not on, but I agree with you. Yeah, I thought we discussed, as Nels was saying, we discussed when we went from less restrictive to more restrictive, we would always give 2 weeks. I thought that was part of our plan. I didn't know we approved the 1 week.
It says it right here, but the previous sentence says it 1 week for it. I mean, it seemed like the previous sentence is not said right. It should be when moving from more restrictive to less restrictive was the delay of 1 week.
Right.
I'm going back to basically what's on the district website. If you go below the, and I don't think Phil can jump that fast, but if you go below the dashboard, the gating criteria adopted 9/28, in the middle of it, it says, KDHE data for Johnson County will be reviewed each Tuesday, and changes to learning mode will begin the subsequent Monday when moving from a more restricted to a least restricted environment. There will be a delay of 1 week to the schedule to facilitate school and family preparation when moving from less restricted to more restricted environment. A move to a more restricted environment will last 2 weeks before considering a change. What that's saying is, once you move to a different mode, you're staying in that mode for 2 weeks.
I see.
That's not saying that we're giving you 2 weeks to move into that mode. And that may have been what the board was assuming. I don't ever want to assume what the board meant, but it still comes down to this. I made an error, and that was on me, and that's my mistake, and I apologize to the community, and I apologize to the school board for my mistake. At this point, you have some options. You leave it the way it is, and we'll go full remote on the 16th. You could do the 2 weeks and have the kids come back on the 23rd, or you could take my recommendation and wait until the 30th. And again, I know there's people in the community saying, well, the numbers are going up and we're really concerned, and why are you doing that? If we had a hybrid option, we would be going to hybrid. We wouldn't be going to full remote. So you may look at that and say, well, what is the difference? Hybrid means our kids would still be coming in part-time versus not coming in at all.
Plus we have our public health official telling us to stay in our current learning mode because we're doing a good job. So, I always thought we would do the 2 weeks. So the 23rd was always the date that when we got the new going to yellow, I thought that we were going to the 23rd anyway. So, to me, the 23rd or the 30th is, not that much of a difference because we're only in school for 2 days that week.
Just so that I don't want to, I've been called a liar a couple times, and that really is bothersome to me. We are meeting with Dr. Ariola and representatives from the Johnson County Health tomorrow. So he could change, but I'm just telling you what I heard him say last Tuesday.
Okay, guys. I'm going to respectfully disagree here. The reason we have a gating criteria is because when you see something that is apparently a health hazard coming at you, you have to use it to respond. And the numbers are going up so fast that, as you saw, we didn't even get that little middle ground that should have given us some time. That's how exponentially rapidly this is spreading. So I don't understand why we would not follow the criteria, first of all. Secondly, why we would wait longer and allow everyone to be potentially exposed for a longer period of time when we know the numbers are staggering at this point. And what the health department said, they said that they believe that we should not change modes for Johnson County schools. They didn't say, well, Spring Hill shouldn't change modes. They said Johnson County schools shouldn't change modes at this time. They're not suggesting that. Well, currently, every other district in Johnson County is in hybrid at secondary level. We're the only district that is fully in person. So we're already at a higher risk, in my opinion, doing that. On top of that, the numbers we're seeing in our buildings are increasing rapidly. We had 11 reported today. 5 were staff. And the numbers are still growing. The numbers that Brad sent to us show that even the numbers that we're showing currently are low. Those are not reflecting the actual numbers today. They're even higher. They're going so high that Johnson County has to keep raising the limits on their graphs. They don't have room for the spikes that we're in the middle of. The other thing that the health department said, and I'm just going to quote it directly from their message. Granted, they said the schools are doing a good job. We appear to not be creating the spread that happens to be coming from the community. So I'm going to read what they said. They said our numbers do not show there's a lot of viral transmission in schools, with the exception of sports and other high-risk activities. And that is underlined in bold, not by me, by them. Dr. Areola did, in all caps, recommend not holding winter sports / activities that could contribute to spread in schools. So we're doing all the high risk stuff, and we've created a gating criteria that we intentionally weaken to the point that we could go in full in-person classes, and said so when we did it. And then we created a very high bar that we're thinking, well, what are the odds we're going to get that high? And here we are, we've exceeded that. And now we want to slow it down and maybe ignore the gating criteria. If you have a gating criteria, you either use it or you don't. And if we're not going to follow it, you might as well just get rid of it.
That's the one thing that I do agree with Mr. Boyle, is if you remember when this whole started, I told you, if you're not going to follow your gating criteria, to get rid of it. And so I am recommending that you don't follow your gating criteria. But at the same time, I do want to throw out that if we make some adjustments tonight and then in December, all of a sudden we're going to say, well, we need to change our gating criteria again, then you just need to get rid of it. So at that point, Mr. Boyle and I do agree that if we're going to continue every time the number gets to the point where we don't like it, we're just going to change it, then you don't really have a gating criteria.
And I agree with you too, Eric, that we need to follow our gating criteria. My assumption on the gating criteria is we would, whenever we move to a less restrictive or more restrictive, move to remote, that we would give parents 2 weeks to get childcare available, and other people who are single moms and that sort of thing, time to get their students prepared to go to remote. The 1 week to 2 weeks, I think we can move to 2 weeks just to give the community time. But I do think that we have to follow our current gating criteria.
So I agree that we need some sort of gating criteria for sure. I think the one thing that we all agree on is we have the same agenda. It's to educate the kids as safely as possible, right? I think that we have a starting point there at least. We do have 11 weeks of data for elementary and 3 weeks from secondary. The one thing that I struggle with, and it's probably because the field I'm in, is that every single day my protocols are changing. Everything is changing with COVID because we learn more every single week, every day. It's constantly changing. And while the positive cases are up, if you look at our current grading criteria, and it follows along with exactly what I see in my day job, we're at 1 point from the chart that Brad had made for hospitalizations. Even if that isn't what we're hearing on the news, our hospitalizations are not up in Johnson County. They might be KU, other places, but Johnson County, not as much. So I think I just point that out because that's a positive thing. And we're hearing so much from Michelle and others about the stress on the teachers. And a month ago, we were in remote learning. 77% of teachers said that they wanted to teach in person on the survey. And so I reached out to Elizabeth Holshoe today. I just wanted kind of an update on what they thought today. And she reiterated exactly what Dr. Burke just read again, that as of today, they commend the schools. In fact, if anything, the kids are safer in school. And when I was questioning that, it was because we're mitigating in the schools. So they're actually safer in the school than they are in the community. And we can't control what's happening outside in the community. We can certainly encourage people to make better choices, but we can control more what's happening in the school. So I thought that was a really interesting point that she was making, and also I kind of wanted to just say thank you again to Michelle. We kind of breezed over it, but it is important. So I'll quote Elizabeth from the email today. Public health capacity is currently overwhelmed. Johnson County Health Department is unable to conduct case investigation and contract tracing on all of our cases, which means the ability of public health to identify students who have been exposed and thus recommended quarantine to reduce the risk that they transmit the virus to other students and staff is limited. So it's really important that we've hired contract tracers, these 2 contract tracers, because one of the reasons the teachers are so overwhelmed in this is there's so many kids being quarantined But like when the football team was quarantined, we just sent 50 or so of them home. They weren't contract traced, but then that meant all those teachers had to absorb that. So I want to be careful with the stress of that too. So it isn't that we don't want to listen to the Johnson County Health Department. It's that from what she said, they're overwhelmed. Can you imagine the workload that they've gone under this year? So that's why it was important to look at the data from KDHE, but that doesn't mean we ignore them. And quite honestly, when it comes, you're right, Eric and Dr. Burke, other schools are in hybrid. All the other Johnson County schools are in hybrid. However, their hybrid mode still has more students in the building than our full in-person. The average Olathe school has 2,000 people in it. We only have 800 students. So even though we're not hybrid, we still have less people in the building than they do when they are in hybrid at their half capacity. So I think that's an important thing to point out too. I also was hoping, let me look here. I think it does speak. So Dr. Burke, thank you for confirming earlier that I do think it's confusing to sometimes in the community to see our gating criteria and then our own dashboard. And when you look at our own dashboard, it's very encouraging. 0 numbers of on-campus exposure for staff, 0 or positive cases for staff, 0 on-campus exposure for students. That means our teachers and students are doing a fantastic job, absolutely fantastic job. And I don't want that to be ignored, but thank you for confirming that our dashboard isn't just a one-day dashboard, but it does help to look at those numbers. But then one thing that we had talked about when Dr. Burke and I were talking about it earlier, and it might have been in an email, I think, too, was how do we balance this? How do we balance needing a gating criteria, needing everybody to be safe, needing also safety from mental health, needing to make sure we're paying attention to the stress of the teachers, seeing that we've had 0 exposure or cases from staff or students on campus, how do we balance that? And when I think of the recommendation, or just a suggestion, I wouldn't say it was a recommendation, but that you had mentioned was possibly looking, if you look at the bottom of the gating criteria, on existence of localized community public health COVID-19 outbreak, that could be potentially where we look at our school instead, am I saying that right? Instead of the whole entire community. And that's where we could give credit to the incredible amount of work that the teachers and students are doing and recognize that we don't have high numbers in the school. So possibly that could be one area that we take a look at.
I think I'm sorry, not to interrupt. I think that's something that we did talk about is on the bottom of the secondary indicators, it says existence of localized community public setting COVID-19 outbreak. Basically, it's an all or nothing. So either there's an outbreak in the county or there's not. And so right now it is considered an outbreak, so that's 5 points. When there's not an outbreak, it's 1. I believe one of the things that I shared with you, the board members, is what about a midpoint? A midpoint that says, yes, there's an outbreak in the community, but the schools are doing a good job of keeping kids safe and follow the mitigation. So instead of being the 5 points, the midpoint would be 3. That would knock off 2. Now, it's something to think about. If you're going to change the existence of localized community public setting COVID-19 outbreak and just say for Spring Hill only, then you're not exactly following the CDC then when you're doing that. So you'd have to make a change. Well, you're going to have to make a change if you add a midpoint. Then it would still come down to the county saying, is there the existence of a localized community public outbreak in Spring Hill? And so then there's another option. So you could put a midpoint at 3 points, or you could just change the whole thing to just Spring Hill. But it still comes down to what Johnson County Department of Health and Environment says.
Right. And I think for argument's sake or debate's sake, I know some will say we're a transient community, that we don't all just live and work right here in the middle of Spring Hill. But actually, our dashboard numbers from our school from 11 weeks of data from in-person for elementary speaks to, we might be all over the metro, but here's what happens in our school even though we're all over the metro.
Okay, I'm not sure I'm seeing things the same way that you are, because when I look at our data, we've been back full in-person for 35 days. We've had 65 cases in our schools. 53 were students, 9 were staff. We've had 18 elementary students, 16 middle school students, and 30 high school students. Not a single building, including the district office, is free of COVID at this point. So yes, we've mitigated. We've done a good job of not causing the spread, but it's increasing. Like I said, today we reported 11. Yesterday or Friday, there was 3 cases. The day before that, 2. The day before that, 4. The day before that, 4 more. It's every single day we have at least 1 case, and usually multiple cases in this district, oftentimes in the same buildings. 4 in the middle school today. So
yes, and we would expect that. We expect cases. We expect cases to go up. But one thing that we talk about at work constantly is the number of cases does not correlate to, positive case does not equal positive illness.
Yeah,
we know that because of the hospitalizations. If we saw hospitalizations going off the chart, if I personally was seeing our people that I take care of across the metro going to the hospital, all filling our hospitals, I wouldn't send my own 4 kids in the building. But we're not seeing that. So positive cases isn't the only thing that we can look at.
well, when we were talking about this gating criteria, these hospitalization numbers were like 3%, 4%. Now today we're looking at ones at 50, ones at 77. The hospitalization is increasing. And you can say, well, that's not in Spring Hill. Well, it's in Johnson County, and definitely the cases are here and are accelerating. And to say that positive, whatever you say with it, it doesn't mean you're sick. Well, that's true. Some people are asymptomatic. When you look at 65 cases in our buildings, that's not just 65 people. Every one of those people is going home to other people. And those people are going home with COVID now. So
right, but they brought it to the building. So what we're seeing is 0 cases that have been spread in our building. And when you do need to understand the hospitalizations, when it says 50%, that means that hospital is 30% under their needed budgeted. They're hoping to be at 80% to meet budget.
And
that
those
is normal.
directors have all been saying that those numbers aren't accurate because they don't have the staff. They might have the bed. Right. They don't even have the staff to cover the beds that are included in that number. So that number is actually worse than what we're seeing reported.
So that's partly true. They don't have the staff. We are down staff in every hospital system. But what you don't see is that if you see a hospital that has 15 people in the ICU, they don't have the step-down staff always. So we can't move them out of ICU down to the floor because we don't have the staff there. So those numbers are not always the full picture. But the goal is for hospitals to be at 80%, and that doesn't even take into account, this isn't that they're 50% with COVID patients. That means they're 50% capacity total. This is flu and cold season and pneumonia season and everything else. The hospitals should hit 80 to 85%, and we shouldn't be concerned about that at all because that's what happens every year.
Yeah, well, those directors are concerned. And to say that 70% of the teachers want to be in person, I agree. They probably 100% of the teachers want to be in person, but they want to be in person safely. So again, we have a gating criteria for a reason. And yes, we've been able to mitigate this thing, but it's getting worse. It's considerably worse. I just can't, I cannot believe that we're talking about, again, further weakening the gating criteria or even just disregarding it.
With all that discussion, we're done with our presentation. So we'll stand for any questions. And, you know, I haven't heard anybody that didn't make a valid point. And so
I
with
do have
that-
another question for clarification on the gating criteria. I think it's probably from Johnson County Health Department, but I want to point out that the positive cases that we're seeing aren't necessarily PCR test positive. They also include presumed positives. Is that correct? That's what it says on our dashboard.
That's not what Johnson,
That
or what
is what it
KDHE
says,
says.
though,
It's what it says. It says that we're counting presumed positives, so.
on our dashboard, yes.
Mhm.
I wanted to make one other
Are you
point.
talking
Wait,
about
wait.
dashboard?
But you're
Ours.
talking about two different things.
Those are two different things.
We do not count any of our dashboard in our calculations.
Right. But so when Eric's talking about all those numbers that he was just saying, those include presumed positives. Those aren't all positively tested people. Is that correct?
Correct, on our dashboard, not on the gating
That's what I thought.
criteria.
Thank
Is
you.
that right? Okay.
One
I,
other thing
I would
wanted to point
imagine
out.
we all probably know somebody who, I have a friend, for example, whose roommate tested positive and they started feeling sick. They had the exact same symptoms. They called in and the place said, no, you don't need to be tested, just quarantine. You probably got it, but we'll just presume you're positive. You live with someone who's positive. Well, yeah, they're probably positive, and I think we should count that.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, I think we even have people sitting up here on the board that have had people that are positive in their houses, and they were not positive, and neither were, even though they maybe had allergy symptoms. So we can't, it's hard to make decisions on assumptions, on presumed.
I'm not going to argue with you about whether or not we're in a pandemic, because we are. And it's
No, I'm not
definitely
either.
rising exponentially. Just go look at the charts, look at Johnson County. If you can believe the health department when they say things that don't match what you're saying, there's just no question. So my concern is the gating criteria is here to keep people safe. We weakened it significantly, but we said this is what we were going to do. And the people who are following this, the people who are in our classrooms teaching right now, are counting on us to use something, some methodology with some logic to keep them safe. So to just discount it, ignore it, or further weaken it it's dishonest at the least.
I absolutely do not mean to discount it. I appreciated the suggestion that Dr. Burke had on both things for community outbreak as well as the timeline. I'm certainly not arguing that the pandemic is real. That would go against everything that I do all day long. But I think that there are other things that we have to look at other than just positive case numbers, including the stress level of the teachers, moving back into remote when we have 0 on-campus exposure, 0 on-campus positives, the mental health that we hear from all these parents constantly. So these are things that we have to look at, and knowing that COVID is a constantly ever-changing learning environment. So I would like to see us move to exactly what he had suggested, and we go 2 weeks before we move first of all, we wait till after Thanksgiving. We go 2 weeks before we move anything to remote, and the other way, 1 week if we go back, and then possibly look at the bottom line of the gating criteria and give credit to our teachers and students in the community outbreak would be based on what we see on our dashboard for our school.
I think one of the challenges with all of this from the get-go has been looking at criteria and suggestions and recommendations, and then looking at what's practical. And I think this is a good example with if we decide tonight that we're going to go to remote on Monday, I don't think that gives the teachers enough time to pivot, which is the word. And then looking at the 23rd and you have a 2-day week, I think it would be more beneficial to go to remote after Thanksgiving when people have all been around their families and doing that, and then having a 2-week time when we are in remote for a while and let people, see how that pans out for them, and then it gives us some time to look at the numbers too, because is it going to keep going up? Nobody really knows. I mean, you can speculate, but we wouldn't have speculated that it would have been here versus a month ago. So, I would be okay with waiting until after Thanksgiving to move to remote, and then if the numbers get a lot better before then, we could reevaluate. But I don't want to abandon having a gating criteria. I don't want to water it down. I don't feel like we just cooked the numbers to do what we wanted. I felt like we were trying to figure out a baseline because we saw neighboring districts were open in full person and they were not having these huge outbreaks. So we had that to go by. So we were trying to determine a baseline of where we were as a district. And with Mr. Wilson developing something that I think that showed us our baseline. And yes, it's changed, and so it showed us that as well. So I think it's doing what we need it to do. And, but to delay a week, I don't think it's going to be a huge, a lot bigger risk to staff people compared to the stress of having to change your mode of learning in a week. So that's just my 2 cents.
Brad, when you put in those new numbers, with this middle ground thing on that last item, would that put us into, would that bring us back down to 45 or less?
I'm sorry, Eric, I didn't catch your question.
Yes, it will, Eric. It'll take us down to 44.
It would?
With today's.
If we were to have that middle ground, is that what you're talking about? If we had that middle ground of 3, then we could move to 3 points and take us down to 44, which would be in that middle area of transition.
That's if you're basing it off of last week's numbers.
Right.
I'm talking about the new numbers from today.
Okay, Brad, you need to answer that question.
Yep.
Well, keep in mind, Mondays are typically a higher day if you watch the
Right.
county.
Right.
That's your biggest day of
Based
the
on the
week.
numbers, I was asked to check the numbers today, and so I did check the numbers today and plug them into the scoring matrix, and I think we came up with 52. Is that, do you have that document?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so even if you water it down by 2 more points, we're still at 50. And yeah, Mondays can be higher, but it's following the same trajectory that it's been on. It's ridiculous.
We also, no one's mentioned that, I think on the secondary level, most all of the sports are wrapped up, I think. I'm not sure there's any sports going on. At the middle school, I think there's, ladies basketball. There's not gonna be any sports going until after Thanksgiving also, so that eliminates a whole lot of,
Good point.
contact.
I think it's a simple question, honestly. Do we follow our gating criteria or not? Yes or no? That's the question we're asking ourselves. We put a lot of time and energy into that gating criteria. And I think we need to follow it. I think that was the intent. I think we all agreed on it. Or the board made a decision to follow that guidance criteria. What happened is we jumped that buffer zone because of the exponential growth in COVID. If we want to consider at some point based on, I don't think it's based on our I don't think it's based on our idea. I think it's based on an immunologist or recommendation. If a midpoint is a reasonable thing, then we can have a conversation about that. I don't think that's our call. As to whether or not it's reasonable to have a midpoint. If an epidemiologist is telling us a midpoint's probably reasonable because of, what we're doing for mitigation, then yeah, let's consider it. But it comes down to following or not following something we all agreed we were going to follow. Yep. And I think we need to answer that question. And I feel that we ought to follow it. We put a lot of time and energy into establishing that.
I would agree.
Not to be argumentative, but
Sure,
we did talk
let's
to
argue.
Elizabeth Holshoe about a midpoint. She said she was agreeable.
Mm-hmm.
Brad, was that not what you understood?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
When you and I were talking to Elizabeth Holshoe about a midpoint based on the outbreak, and we said, would you support a midpoint for a 3 since the schools are doing a good job? My understanding is she said yes, she would support that.
Yes,
So it's a refinement of the model.
Anyway, and it's changing the criteria again.
What's that?
it'd be changing the criteria again, and it's not buying us anything. You just said we were at 52, you take away 2, it does nothing.
Well,
But
that's
what
with
it does
Monday's
is-
numbers, but it could affect the
It
future.
refines it for the future,
Well,
you know.
I'd say let's look at that later, but not,
Yeah.
we just said it, I don't, it just smacks of we're playing with it again.
Right.
I'd rather just say, hey, let's reevaluate in 2 weeks or a month or whatever, and then.
Follow gating criteria.
So I think that that would be an important distinction to make, though, to the community, is that it will be reevaluated. Like, this is an ongoing process. It could be reevaluated.
Absolutely. Well, I think part of it is refinement, and that refinement of any model needs to be based on experts' opinions, thoughts, a basis. And so I think an evaluation based on additional new data, I mean, this thing's changed a lot since the beginning. But we have an established gating criteria. I think we need to follow it. And if we want to do a refinement discussion, after Thanksgiving or whatever it is, then yeah, let's do that. But at this point, I think we need to follow our gating criteria that we've established. I wouldn't be comfortable making a change to having a midpoint and then applying it tomorrow.
I agree.
Right. I think it's in any model that you create does not exactly reflect reality. It just doesn't. You can't account for every variable. But what you can do is to continue to refine that based on evidence, based on expertise. And so I think that's a really good approach to refine your model as you move along. But at this point, I think we have a grading criteria. Let's follow it, and let's set a date and time for a potential refinement.
Yeah, I was
That's
actually going to say this.
Pardon me?
Say close to the same thing. I deal with data scientists quite a bit, and statisticians train their model constantly with new data that they find, and I think that's what we going to have to continue to do. Because even right now, I was looking at it today, and I think, in my opinion, I don't know if you guys have seen this, but I think our percent positive rates are too low. Both the state and the county go up to 15% before they go into the red. We're at 10%. So that's another discussion point that we could have, just, based on what the county and the state do for their positivity rates. That's something we've learned. We can maybe apply that. We've learned that maybe that we're doing a good job with mitigation. We can apply that to the model. This will continue to evolve as any data model, any statistical model does in real life. And we need to apply that to this. But I do agree that we have established the gating criteria. We need to apply it. I still think that we discussed the 2-week time period for people to get daycare. I think we need to employ that, and that's something I think we need to update whenever we get to updating the gating criteria.
I apologize. When I brought that up, I should have mentioned that it came from Elizabeth and the Johnson County Health Department first to Dr. Burke. Maybe if I would have started with that, so I apologize.
The midpoint?
Yes, the midpoint was suggested by the lead epidemiologist at Johnson County.
So there's 3 different things we're looking at.
First is follow the criteria, yes or no.
Right.
I'm hearing a kind of a consensus that says, yeah, follow it. The second is to refine it, and either refine it by 2 options on the refining. And let me know if I got this, if I'm hearing you right, Brent. First option is refining it based on potentially adding a midpoint on the local outbreak as determined by the county.
Okay.
And then the second point was on the clarification of a 2-week lag. I remember the conversation when we were talking about gating criteria is to have that 2-week period to prevent whiplash. I remember that, the whiplash, but I think that was without the buffer zone. Well, we opted for the buffer zone, the buffer period, and associated with that buffer period was the 1 week conversation, I think, because we
did
assumed.
discuss with or without the buffer, I
Yeah,
remember
yeah,
that.
and we assumed that the buffer would give us a little bit of a a little bit of a time lag, but what's happened is that the cases have gone up so fast. Well, I think, I thought I read somewhere it risen exponentially, which is
Right.
a pretty significant increase, but that's the conversation, but I remember us all talking about the 2 week, but I think that was associated with the no buffer zone. But I remember the whiplash conversation, thinking that was a really good idea, but.
The whiplash term came into fruition from describing what the buffer zone was supposed to help with.
Right, and we just
Have
jumped
1
over.
or 2 point swings going back and forth between modes.
We just leapt over the buffer zone, is what happened, and then.
Doug, I think that the other thing that when we reevaluate, we should consider is, how are we doing? I mean, to me, that should be one of the most important things in our gating process is how we're doing.
Yeah, what are
What's our schools?
what are our
Yeah, what's our-
schools?
yeah.
What did you say, Nels? How we're doing? Is that what you said? Yeah, which I think that's what that speaks to.
Getting rolled around by somebody in North Johnson County and,
Right, which is where that came from, the community outbreak compared to the
I guess
school
I was,
outbreak.
Well, and we mentioned that, but it didn't seem like it was possible to get that data for just a
right,
We discussed that.
And somehow now, I guess she's saying that she could give a yes or a no to, it's an outbreak, your school is doing well, or your school is doing not.
Yeah, I think that's about as close as we can get, to measuring our own, case outbreak, is that how are we doing with mitigation
Yeah.
compared to everybody else? And if there's an outbreak, are we still doing fine? That's where that middle ground comes from. So, other than that, I don't know how we could ever really measure Spring Hill or Spring Hill School District compared to the rest.
we know what our cases are.
Right.
It's true,
Well, in the school.
in the school,
Right.
but we don't know what our, I mean,
Right, but
It's-
we
it's
know
hard to get the
we
rest
know
of
from
it.
our dashboard what our
Right.
school looks like, so that last line of the gating criteria would give credit to the mitigation effort.
It's like closing the school for stomach flu, so, I mean, that used to happen.
Right.
Totally
it
forgot.
does happen.
We didn't close because Olathe had stomach flu, we only closed when we had the stomach flu.
Yeah, and that's part of that average daily attendance rate that the Department of Education put out, is looking at our school buildings individually to see what's happening and for that specific reason. And I think we're still going to do average daily attendance rate just for anything that we do. That's not just specific to the gating criteria.
Right, if we saw a huge number of people having the flu,
Yeah.
we would make a different decision. It's
Right.
not just because of COVID.
What's unfortunate was when we do close, we will probably not be back open before next year. It's just probably not likely.
It's a possibility.
Yeah, I mean,
I
this,
hope not, but.
what we're seeing is a reflection of the community's behavior. That's
Sure,
what we're
right.
seeing. We're not necessarily seeing a reflection of our own behavior. This is a community issue, goes way beyond the district boundaries.
Numbers in the building are good, you know?
Yeah.
Right, we're seeing, this is the result, the decisions we make are a result of community behavior, not necessarily the district behavior, but community behavior is absolutely in lockstep and impactful to the district. And so we have to take that into
We want our
consideration.
students in person, we have to make sure we wear our mask and physically distance. Simple as that.
We all make it a conscious decision.
Just it.
Guys, I think that's an important thing to say to the community as well. I mean, we made a deal, right? I mean, they trust us to make a decision to keep them safe, to keep their kids safe, to keep the teachers, the staff safe. And the students came to us en masse and said, we'll do anything. We just want to be back in school. Well, now we're seeing kids mingling outside of buildings, out on soccer fields, out in parking lots, jumping in cars together with no masks on. None of the things they're doing outside of the classroom are masked. So granted, the comment they're safer in school is definitely true, but we can't police them all the time. We can't police the community. It's up to the students and their families and everybody else in this community to just do the right thing until this thing slows down. And if we all do it, it will slow down. We'll get the kids back and everybody will be fine. But we can't do it alone. And if the community continues to send COVID into the buildings at a rate of 65 cases in 35 days, we can't keep doing that. I mean, at some
It's never gonna
point.
go away, Eric. It's never gonna go away. And you can do that all you want, and it's never gonna go away.
If you stop spreading it, I mean,
It's not ever gonna go. I mean, I don't get that. I don't understand that part.
So what do we need to do? Do we need to create an action item or do we just need to have consensus for the date that we're gonna start doing remote?
I think we can just, it's part of setting the agenda for a future topic.
Do we meet
Or-
next?
Date that we're gonna
The date,
tweak this, or the date that we're gonna start school, or?
the date we're starting school in remote. We've said, the
Oh.
criteria says the 16th, we've said the 23rd, we've got a recommendation for the 30th. Do we need to do an action item to say what date? I'd really not
What's-
like to do
what's
an
the
action
current-
item for a date of remote. I
What's
find
out
that,
there right now?
16th.
If you follow your policy right now, we would go into remote on the 16th, and you would stay in there for 2 weeks. Now, granted, you would be in there for 5 days, and then 5 school days, and then 2 school days. And then we would look at the data on Wednesday, the 25th. But I believe,
Count on that being any different.
but I believe on the 25th, then you would look at the information and start the following Monday plus a week.
that's correct.
So you wouldn't be back in until December 7th.
Wouldn't be back in school?
Right. Is
The
that right?
earliest you could be back
Brad,
until
is my math
December
correct?
That's
Oh.
what better.
So if you're going to less restrictive or moving left on the chart,
Oh,
then it's
calendar
only
days, okay.
if you check it on Wednesday, it's the following Monday.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
that's the way I understood it. I thought you
You
meant.
don't add a week unless you're going from left to right.
Right.
So if we're moving, so if on the 25th, which is a Wednesday, I'm sorry, I hit the wrong date here.
No, you're right, 25th is a Wednesday.
If we went 25th on the Wednesday, then we would be back in, if the numbers were low enough, we'd be back in person on the 30th?
Mhm.
Correct.
Yep.
Okay.
But off on the 25th, if, by our current gating criteria, if it wasn't where it needed to be, then they would be remote on the 30th. Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
That is
Still
correct.
being remote.
Wait, I'm sorry.
So on the 25th, what we're saying, or I think what you're saying is on the 25th, Brad would plug in the numbers. They would determine what is going to happen on Monday, the 30th, whether we are in person or we start remote.
No, we would already start remote.
Already
We're
started
talking about
remote.
on the 16th, right?
Oh, I thought this was if we were doing the 2 weeks,
Oh.
his recommendation.
Yeah, go back to the start. If you follow the policy as it's written right now, you would go to remote on the 16th, and you would stay on the remote until, starting on the Monday, so then that would be 2 weeks starting on that Monday. You would look on the 25th and make a decision, on our numbers, whether we would be back in person on the 30th. That's if you follow the policy as it's written right now.
Gotcha.
My recommendation is that you stay in person through the 30th. We would look at the data on the 25th. If the data on the 25th said that we were in person, we would just stay in person on the 30th. If the data on the 25th said that we'd be in remote, then we'd be in remote on the 30th. That's my recommendation.
So again, do we need to vote on this?
Or do nothing, or we have an action.
If we're gonna go on go to the 25th, we need to modify and say it's a 2-week period, because right now it's written as 1 week. If we're gonna go remote on the 16th, we don't need to do anything.
Right. Well, I think we have to put it to an action item to find out what we're gonna do.
Have a conversation, you know. Pardon me?
We'll see how the vote falls out.
With the idea that at the December meeting, we could potentially look at the At every meeting, we're looking at the gating criteria.
Let's
Yeah.
hope it's not every meeting.
Okay. Yeah. But I think that's an important distinction, though, to make. I think it's an important expectation to set for the community, for the teachers, for the students,
We
the
will
parents,
continue.
that this is a rolling process, like, just like what Doug said, what Jason said, that this isn't something that's set in stone forever, because that's how science works.
So just, what if we looked at it, you said, I think you said every meeting, I don't know if that's.
No.
Or as needed, I should
What's
say,
that?
as needed.
Yeah, we'll continue,
Yeah.
it will continue to evolve as things come up.
Right. So if we have just kind of a consensus that says we're gonna just follow our gating criteria, then I don't think we need to do anything.
You don't do anything.
If the intent is to change to a 2-week lag or go to the 25th,
The
right?
30th.
Then the 30th, then we need to modify the gating criteria.
That'd be correct.
Well, we just need to say, I don't think we need to modify the gating criteria. We just say in-person or remote would start the 30th if numbers.
I think you have to vote.
Yeah.
If we do that, we do, sure.
Yep,
If you're going out of your gating criteria, you're gonna have to vote.
yep, okay.
We need to revise.
We need to stay with the gating criteria.
Pardon me?
So,
We need to stay with the gating criteria as it is. That's my opinion.
Mr. President, I move that the board add an action item to vote on what date the secondary students will start remote based on our current gating criteria.
Is it that, or is it that I'm just clarifying, that we're going to 2 weeks to the, how'd Brad say it? 2 weeks to the right, to the
We're just
left.
talking about date. We can't, we don't want to change, I don't want to change the gating criteria right now. We
I
can
thought
change
we-
that at a later date.
I thought he was
Have
wanting
to.
to change it to 2 weeks.
We can do an exception if we want to, exception to the policy of saying the exact date we're going to go remote. We don't have to change the criteria yet until we actually talk about it.
Because it would
You-
be
you
like
first-
2 weeks and 2 days.
You
or
first have to
something.
get it on the agenda
Okay.
that you're gonna discuss
Yeah,
it.
so
That's
that's
the
what
first
I'll,
thing.
that's
You
the
need
first
to
thing I'm trying to
decide
do.
whether you're gonna get it on the agenda.
Okay,
I'm
Then
just
once
adding,
it's on the
As
agenda,
an
you can
action
decide
item.
what it is.
okay, as an action item, okay, second.
It's moved and seconded to add an action item to the agenda to determine the date secondary would go to remote. Is that right?
is that good enough, Candy?
Candy, please collect a vote.
We're gonna start the vote with Mr. Winbolt,
Yes.
Mr. Updike,
No.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Boyle,
No.
Mrs. Sealing,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
The vote is 5-2, it passes. We add an action item.
Okay, so now we move on to, finish discussion items or go to the action item?
You can go ahead and you can do the action item
now. Yep.
Okay.
Can you
Mr. President,
Before you say it.
okay.
I was gonna say, can you repeat again exactly what you said before?
Well, you can do two things. You can either change the gating criteria, or you can make an exception just this time. Does that make sense?
I thought the action item was to make an exception, because it was to determine a date.
Yep.
Not-
Okay.
No,
The action item was to vote on date.
Yep, that's the exception.
Okay, that's the exception?
Yep.
Yeah, we start remote on current gating criteria.
wait, I thought he said that we would look on the 25th to see what we're doing on the 30th. So we're voting to go remote no matter what on the 30th?
No, I'll make the motion fit what we need to do.
No, it's a clarification that needs to be made. Yeah.
Mr. President, I move that the board approve that the secondary students go remote on November 30th unless the data for the gating criteria changes on November 25th
It's gonna change somewhere. What do you mean by that?
to where we can go back to in-person or stay in person.
Why would we need a motion for that? We have a gating criteria that determines that.
Because
A motion for an exception.
That's right.
it's a motion for an exception to the gating criteria.
Why would you make an exception one time? Either change it or don't change it. I mean, the criteria is there. We either follow it or we don't.
Because
I mean, this is shocking, but I agree. I mean, going with what Dr. Burke said, why, if we, how did you say it, Brad? We go 2 weeks to the right, 1 week to the left, and that is a part of the gating criteria that in this situation, we evaluate on the 25th what's going to happen on the 30th. I'm uncomfortable
Okay,
with the wording of we go to remote on the 30th.
Okay, so here's the thing. If we go to the 2 weeks, then we start on the 23rd. Because it's 2 weeks after the Monday after we
He's
change.
shaking his head no.
No. No, if we go to 2 weeks after. If we change the gating criteria to 2 weeks after, then we go to the 23rd.
Right.
Because we changed to yellow last Wednesday,
Mm-hmm.
so it's 2 weeks from today, which would be the 23rd. Is that when we want to start? Or do we want to start the 30th? Because if we want to start the 30th, then we actually have to say the 30th and then change the gating criteria later. If we want to do 2 weeks, we can change it to 2 weeks, but we're starting on the 23rd then.
That makes sense. I understand that.
Were you going to say something, Dr. Burke?
I'm just trying to do the math. So the gating criteria was decided on the 4th, and then you would move to the following Monday, which is the 9th, and then you would go 2 weeks,
Which would be the 23rd.
which means the 23rd.
Right.
So if you do two weeks, it's the 23rd.
If we change it to 2 weeks, then it's the 23rd. Or we make it a complete exception to go to the 30th. And change the gating criteria later.
You could have a compromise of 2 days.
That's exactly what it is. It's a compromise of 2 days in school.
This extra week would give the teachers more time than having to be ready next Monday.
Right. And families.
And I don't know how they feel about 2 days of remote the week of Thanksgiving. That might be fine. I don't know.
Is there a motion?
I've made a motion.
Motion just to go to the 30th?
To go to the 30th for secondary students unless the data keeps us in person on November 25th.
This is what I wrote down. The board is asked to approve secondary students go remote on November 30th unless the data on the gating criteria changes on the 25th.
That would keep us in person learning mode.
Just a comment, the reason that I would be supportive of this is not because I want to change and cook the numbers or whatever. It's mainly the practicality of how this is falling. That would be why I'd be supportive of it. I think Monday is not fair to give people a week, and then with a 2-day week, I actually could go for either the 30th or the 23rd, but I think Monday's too soon since we're just having this discussion tonight.
I agree with Dr. Burke that 2 days. I agree.
It needs a second.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to go to remote, go from in-person to remote learning on November 30th unless the gating criteria indicate otherwise. That capture it? On the 25th. We'll evaluate the data on the 25th.
The day is the 25th.
It's a week.
When's the day before Thanksgiving?
Any further discussion?
You know, Mrs. Sealing, you said you think it's important that the community understands that this is going to be a changing and a continuous process. And I think they do understand that. I think they clearly get that every time the number reaches a more restrictive environment, we're going to change the gating criteria. I think that's clear now.
I'm not sure why you singled just me out on that, but
You said that.
that's okay, that my science degree says that science.
I have a
is
science degree too.
Mhm. I agree with what Doug said, and what Jason said, and Dr. Burke said, that this is a continuous process, that we learn and change and grow as we go. What was happening in March is certainly not happening now, and it would be irresponsible to set something in stone that we can learn from and change.
Any final comments? Candy, please collect the vote.
We'll start the vote with Mr. Updike,
No.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Boyle,
No.
Mrs. Sealing,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt,
Yes.
5-2, motion passes.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on to the next agenda item is bond construction update. Tim, I'm gonna ask you to give us high level, man. It's already 10:45, so.
We're going to get really high level about,
Appreciate
less
that.
than a minute, hopefully.
I
Unless
think
you got some
we got a lot of
questions.
confidence in what you're doing, so.
Yeah.
Mr. Updike and the board, if you're okay, we have a lot of administrators that are on. I'd like to go ahead and send them home,
That's fine.
if it's okay.
Thank you to them.
Yeah.
Really, I've given you pretty much the same, everything in front of you that you guys need. I do want to hit a couple of dates, that are coming up. Hopefully before the next update, we'll have the TCO or the C of O on the Education Support Center. Early January, we should have C of O or TCO on the, District Admin Center, and then we'll have furniture coming in February. The other dates here are middle school number 3. I want to tell you that, the schedule that I've shown there is fall of 2022. We've always carried that, but we have put that back a year, and it is going to be the fall of 2023. We are going to be bidding out the middle school number 3 in January, February of next year, of 2021, and then as far as the site work, and then the rest of the building package should come around in the April, May of 2021. And that's really just kind of the dates I want to highlight for you guys, so you know what's coming down the pike on our different constructions. So if any questions, I'd be glad to.
So we've got the, contract finalized and went through closing, all that type of thing on middle school 3 property?
Not yet. We have started on construction because we're.
Yeah, the property, is set to close before the end of the year, assuming we don't run into any issue with any paper filing. Right now, it's in, the final plats have to be filed with the county, and that's really all we're waiting on.
Gotcha. Thank you. And so we'll, on the excavation work, that'll probably start in what, March, April?
Probably late March, early April, yeah.
Yep.
So,
Give us plenty of time and some nice weather to get,
yeah,
to get
about
some
the
good
time
dirt
that
work
things
done.
start, or
Yep.
if it's a good spring, if it's not, it'll be a muddy mess, so.
So we're doing well on contingencies. We're doing well on the rework over at the district center, and that was my only question, was about the rework.
Yeah, the Education Support Center is the rework part of it's pretty well done. I mean,
Okay.
they're doing some cleanup right now, basically, on
Good.
some joints and caulk joints and
Any other questions for
things
Tim?
like that. So,
Very good, thank you.
thank you.
Moving on to, Spring Hill District Administrative Center Network and audiovisual equipment. Dr. Burke?
Got the expert right here in front of you, Phil Elliott. Turn it over to
So
him.
what I provided you was just some, first draft, estimates, for the wireless telephones and, networking equipment, as well as the audiovisual bid. A few more tweaks need to happen, but generally that's where we're gonna be. I will mention that we didn't like some of the numbers, for example, the phones are about half of what there's actually stations for, but that's because most of those people are gonna be moving and we'll take those phones with us. So, you know, we've tried to take that into account, not just buying one for every station, but thinking about the people that are moving as well, and they'll take theirs with them, so.
Have you ever
Questions?
thought about,
What's
have
that?
you ever thought about going without phones?
With what?
Without phones?
I still can't hear you, I'm sorry.
Have you ever thought about going without phones?
No.
Okay. I'm just saying at work, we don't have phones.
Yeah, the biggest reason, is that so much of what our people do, are without the computer or without that communication device. And our parents and our vendors and our patrons expect to have a quality voice call, so.
Okay.
Not only that, but there's some liabilities if they're using their personal phone for business and then we're having to be giving out their personal phone.
Yeah, at work, we have a phone line. It's just that we use Teams for everything. And so that's where our phone call comes into, is either Skype
We're
slash
starting to do
Teams.
that too.
Yeah.
Do, on the audio visual quote,
Yes.
what's the life cycle on that stuff?
I'd like to say 10 years, and I'll use this room as an example. I can't remember what year we did this, but a few years back. We've cycled out the projectors is the only thing we've changed.
Now what, I was kind of trying to figure out what went where in there, because honestly, the amount of that stuff, the cost and the amount of it really surprised me. It was a lot.
Yeah, this room, I don't remember that number, I'll have to go back and dig.
You got them listed as boardroom and training room, and I'm assuming that this is all just for 2 rooms?
Well, this is for the main big boardroom, and then it has the back half that's training. And so there has to be a few pieces of equipment that allows the audio to separate between the spaces. So that adds some complexity to it. And then you've also got the multiple displays that have to be able to either use the same signal or separate depending on how the space is being used.
It's gonna look like a sports bar.
But it.
Wait till you see my basement, man.
But it's, to do what I believe the expectation of the board is in that space, especially with the complexity of the streaming that we're doing as well. I mean, that's what it's gonna take. Now, if you have a different number or you wanna set different expectations, I'll be happy to make modifications.
I just haven't seen it. I was trying to figure out how, I don't know how the rooms are laid out and how much.
There's a sound rack, just like there is.
I meant like for screens and projectors.
So there are 3 projectors in the front, one of which, have you ever been in this room when there's not a board meeting and this screen comes down further? So the reason we have 2 projectors in this room is because we use one for board meetings and the second one if we're doing it for meetings where people are sitting down here at the table doing a
Gotcha.
training type of an exercise.
Right.
So that same kind of activity will happen. There just happens to be 2 screens for the public instead of the one. And then the drop down when it's a training. There's a couple monitors on the wall so that the people, as the farther back they get, can see.
Okay.
And then the training space in the far back end has a projector on the side wall that's intended when that divider wall comes across, that room has an audiovisual presentation as well.
So you can split them, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
Is the wireless, the same as what we have in all the other buildings?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Any further questions for Phil? Good questions, Brent. I mean, stuff is expensive, but I think that's the technology.
It is what it is,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Yeah.
And it's still within, as Tim mentioned earlier in the meeting, the FF&E budget, we're still in that range, so it's what we had planned on.
And so this is what the budget originally was for the capital outlay?
Yeah, the total 800,000, this will come out of that as well, as your furniture that you approved earlier did.
Is this gonna come back for a vote? Is this gonna come back for next?
Yeah, this will be at the December meeting, yes.
Any other questions for Mr. Elliott?
Thank you.
Moving on to items from board members for future meetings.
I had a couple, I don't see how the December meeting is gonna be adequate time to discuss the gating process as far as if we decide, if there's any refinement. I didn't know if we needed to try to do a special meeting in between there.
I can't hear what you said, I'm sorry.
Said that, the meeting, the first meeting in December is like a very short meeting, and it's pretty tough to do real agenda items in that meeting. And I'm just saying this, I think we need to think about a potential special meeting.
What about just making,
For discussion of, if there, maybe there is no refinement, we decide to, or keep where it's at.
Well, I believe there's a concert that night. You know, we could bypass the dinner and then do, because to be honest, that's one thing I was gonna bring up is what are your feelings about the dinner?
Well, that's true.
What's the
Everybody's
concert?
nervous about the dinner, right?
The concert's not until,
I mean, what,
which,
orchestra?
I don't even know if they're gonna have the concert.
See, that's what I was just heard,
Oh,
that there may
I
not be a
don't know.
concert, which I don't know why not.
Brad, would you call Mr. Williams and find out if they're still planning on having that concert?
I hope so.
They haven't had any other concerts so far.
Oh,
That may resolve the whole issue right there. If we don't have the concert,
Longer meeting.
Yeah, that's okay.
Band plans to have their concert.
oh, they do? That's good.
There's so many ways to do it.
But they're
They've
not
got
in
to
the
figure out
South,
how
though,
to.
right?
We could do it in the gymnasium, you know?
Yeah.
There's never that big a crowd.
So the December meeting is December 14th, right? And that's our only meeting in December?
it's December 7th.
Oh, I'm
We
sorry.
moved it because
Gotcha.
of the concert.
That's right.
The 14th, there are basketball games at home that night. I believe we moved it back in September.
Yes.
And then
One thing I would say though is, since we're waiting on them, if you move the dinner to a different date, I know it's a holiday dinner, but I was gonna talk to you when we got to the superintendent part about your feelings on the dinner. Okay, good. So maybe, you, maybe rethink the holiday dinner, because you're gonna put all these people together and be eating. And maybe it's something that we delay and do it at a different date. Then you
We were
could
gonna
still-
have our Teachers of the Year at that dinner though, too. I mean, we could, socially or physically distance somehow, but it's a big cafeteria, if we wanted to.
Something to talk about.
I mean, I think we could delay it. I think if we're gonna talk about the gating criteria, that, to me, that takes precedence over the dinner.
I think we need to have time to do that, or schedule a special meeting, one or the other, not just, oh, we're just wait and do it later. I mean, it's,
I agree.
So I guess my suggestion would be to, forego the dinner, move that to January, or,
It's not that I wanna have the dinner. I'm just saying, we get a group of people together and we eat a big meal, community-wise, it may not look very good.
That's right.
We will have our, board retreat in January, correct?
it's February
February
6th.
February 6th.
But if we moved the dinner to January, at least tentatively, we can still do the Teacher of the Year. We don't wanna miss
Oh,
that
I
too.
think it's important, they're there, I
Yeah.
really wanna meet,
Most important part of the whole thing.
Right.
That's
All right.
fine.
So we're gonna delay the dinner, we'll still meet at 4:30 for the board meeting. We do need to have a hard, finish by 6:45 for the people who wanna go to the concert.
Okay.
It's still giving you could always start earlier, and depending on your work schedules, but
It still gives us 2.5 hours.
there shouldn't be much on the agenda
No.
other than the gating criteria.
Mr. President, I had one additional item to consider for the list. This, was looking ahead to, that we're gonna need to have some kind of a bond issue in 24, 25. Is there anything bond-wise, or how we're financing bonds that we need to be looking at now that would set us up better at that point? Because that's gonna be a big one.
Are you talking about refinancing or?
whatever it is, I'm just saying, is there something, because I remember that, you know, they had been working before, and that's how we were able to kind of do that no-cost bond issue, because they'd been strategically planning how we paid off things, and I just didn't know if there was anything that we, and this isn't anything obviously for the next meeting or two, but just
I would imagine
kind of, is there something we could be doing now, since we're, you know, we're 4 or 5 years out, that we could be doing that would strategically set us up better for later?
I think that's the key. It's just to have a conversation about what we need to do strategically to position ourselves best for.
I would imagine we couldn't refinance any bonds at this point, because we've gone through almost all of them, and there's like a time period and all that other stuff that you have to.
You guys have saved incredible amount of money.
I agree, all I'm saying is.
No, I think
for
we
5
gotta
years
think
out.
about it.
Yeah, I mean, I
No,
agree with
I think it's good to have the
Yeah.
conversation.
Okay.
about timelines, at least a project timeline of when we need to have a
Okay.
bond and that sort of thing, based on the numbers that we've seen tonight, that, you know, discussion on, I mean, the real discussion that we need to have of,
Get 'em
do we
started.
add a high school, do we expand the high school, so.
Yeah, I don't want to start that discussion, I just, after
I gotta get that on before you leave now.
Yes,
All
we'll
right.
talk about that in 2 years.
Any other additions? Any other, items for future discussion? All right, moving on to the board work calendar, Dr. Burke.
We're right where we should be, routine business, KSB convention. Those of you who are planning to go virtually, you should have already signed up. If not, Katie just left, but I think Katie's got at least Doug and Jason signed up. Okay, so then the three of you, call Katie tomorrow, and she will follow up on it.
And, on KSB, I guess I could do this later, but on KSB, Doug, you signed up to be the delegate, but there's 2 delegate conventions. They're splitting them up, just so you know. They'll both be virtual.
Did you see the schedule?
I'm looking forward to it, Jason.
Everything else.
Just letting you know.
Everything else on the calendar is right where it should be.
Okay.
We're in good shape.
All right, committee reports.
I attended the Spring Hill Middle School Site Council meeting, and I think most of the discussion centered around just some of the things they're doing now that are different from before. And so it was interesting. I feel like I'm more, you know, kind of a spectator in those meetings and hear what staff's saying, hear what parents are saying, and it was all very positive, very positive about having the kids back in the building from both staff and parent perspective. So it was good.
I don't really have a committee report. I just wanted to pass on something I ran into last week. I was, yeah, thank goodness, no. I went to, Sedalia to Smith Cotton High School. And, what a neat school. They're a lot bigger than we are. I think they're 1,500 in the building. But I was working on some equipment in their industrial shop. Oh my gosh, they rivaled any other customer I have in how complicated and how nice of equipment they had. If anybody ever want to talk about it, I took a bunch of pictures, but they are machining their own parts. They got 3 full-size CNC mills, a full-size lathe, and they're making the parts for the robotic team. They don't just buy the kits. I mean, they go down there and they were machining every individual piece for that robot, and they said they are beating everybody. Nobody can beat them. And the things, I asked him, I said, what's your, are you full? He goes, yeah, I'm turning kids away. Like, it can only have 16. And he goes, I just got no room. It was neat. There was kids in there running the machines while I was there working on stuff.
This is Smithville?
Smith Cotton High School in Sedalia.
Oh, Sedalia.
Yeah, huge school. Oh my gosh. It kind of looks like a prison from the outside. But it's a big school. It does. It's kind of weird
nice
looking. But
equipment to make up for it.
anyway, yeah, it's sometime when this all blows over, I'll bring some more stuff about it because it was really neat. And they have an advantage we don't have. Missouri reimburses, I think he said 65% of their CTE costs, the state. Yeah, So most of what they
Amazing.
had, the state paid for well over half, so it was neat. Anyway, just want to throw that out there.
Is that just on equipment? Or?
Any
is that
equipment.
Any equipment or teacher salary as well?
I think it's just equipment, he said. Yes, it was equipment, so.
Any other committee reports?
The Timber Sage Elementary School had their first site council meeting. And I have their notes and I've emailed back and forth with Darcy. Unfortunately, when it's at 4 in a hospital schedule, it's hard sometimes. So that day I had to email them and say, I'm so sorry, but I do have the notes and I'm very impressed with what they have put together, and I've asked her some questions, and what I'm hearing just widespread is how amazing she is doing, and how the parents love it, the students love it. They're putting together recognition, students of the month, things like that they've been asking for, and they're working hard on that, and they talked about that in site council, so I think it's going really well. But also I'm still, even though in times of COVID, in my nursing role, I'm still sitting on the Kansas State Board of Education's anti-vaping task force, and still working hard on that as well. There's lots of great things still coming out, even though I would like to think that with a respiratory illness, no one would vape, but they still are. So still working hard for that. And then not tomorrow, Wednesday, I'm attending the anti-bullying seminar in schools through KSB. So.
KSB?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Any other committee reports? Superintendent report, Dr. Burke?
Yeah, mine will go very quick. Gosh, remember the days when we were just talking about vaping or CTE and that? That just seems like so long ago. So, I look forward to, unfortunately, we do have some students that still make the bad decision of vaping, and we're still dealing with that. Tomorrow night, I believe, is the chamber dinner. Is that right, Sharon? Yep. Sharon Mitchell's done an incredible amount of work on that. And so, if you get a chance to support that, please do. There's an online auction. If I have bid on something, don't bid on it. Everything else you're more than welcome to bid on. My wife will tell you to bid because I end up coming home with too many things at times. I will be out of district, starting tomorrow night. I'm gonna go and sit in a tree stand and try to do that sort of stuff. I'll send this in the superintendents about, other than in the morning or in the afternoon, late in the afternoon, I'm available. There are some things going on this week. The Blue Ribbon Award, you can watch that virtually. Katie has all the information if you want to be part of that. That's a pretty cool thing on Friday. So I'm looking forward to being part of that. There's some meetings on Thursday that I'll still need to be part of. So even though one thing that's nice about technology is even though when I'm gone, there's some things I can do. But most importantly, Brad Wilson will be in the district, and I have full faith that if there's anything that happens, that Brad can take care of that. So with that, I'm done. We do need an executive session.
You coming back with a beard?
We do need an executive session.
Mr. President, I move that the board go into executive session for the purpose of discussing personnel matters of non-elected personnel to protect privacy interest of an identifiable individual under coma. Those to be in session include the Board of Education members, superintendent of schools, assistant superintendent of schools, and our clerk and deputy clerk, and administrators as requested. The executive session to begin at, you guys need 5 minutes? 11:15, and return in this place no later than 11:45.
Second.
Moved and seconded, move to executive session for purpose of discussing personnel matters of non-elected personnel under coma. Candy, please, any questions? Okay. Candy, please collect the vote.
We'll start with Mrs. Mitchell.
Yes.
Mr. Anderson.
Yes.
Mr. Boyle.
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing.
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt.
Yes.
Mr. Updike.
Yes,
Approved.
thank you.
Are we doing executive session out here or in there?
I just need to know where to put the, okay, out here. Okay.
I'm gonna jump the presentation machine into the executive session with Eric, that way your mics will still work with him. Okay? And then I'll flip it over in the background. So we got music on the home. YMCA music,
Yep, and you're gonna have music in the hall, dancing, partying.
Sure.
Candy, I think they're gonna start at
Mhm. I did want to, I forgot to do this, I was gonna do this earlier on the list. I wanna add, and this may put a wrench in your policy board doc thing, there's a new application called Board Book
Mm-hmm.
that I think we need to examine over the next, 6 months or so, or do an evaluation of it. It is, produced by the it's not a university, the Texas, State Board of Association. So, they have their own board docs type of thing, but they call it Board Book, and it's supposed to, and we use it with the Kansas Association of School Board meetings. It's, I love it. It's so much better.
Yeah, and Katie and I have discussed the fact that that may be coming, so.
Yep.
And we'll learn it together, so.
And there's a discount if we go through the Kansas Association of School Boards to buy it.
And do we get prices from you or from?
From KSB.
Oh, okay.
Yep. But I just wanted to put that on the list.
I'll get it on the list.
The final agenda item is adjournment.
Move to adjourn.
Moving second to adjourn, all in favor?
Aye.
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 All right.
We are
Thank you.
adjourned, 11:38.
Thanks, everyone. Good night.